welcome everyone to Orange County Public Schools meeting on the first day of April 2025. This year is just flying by. We always start our meetings first with a roll call, obviously, and then the moment of silence. I hope you'll join us, as well as the Pledge of Allegiance. Let me take a real quick roll call. Actually, I don't need to. Everybody is here present. That's wonderful. If you would join us in a moment of silence, followed by the pledge. Thank you. And now for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, let me, just a moment of business we need to take care of. Dr. Vasquez, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Madam Chair, there are no changes to the agenda.
Okay, with no changes, is there a motion to adopt the agenda as published?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair, seconded by Member Douglas. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So before we get started, the entire board is going to stand up for a minute, and I'm going to explain our attire. I'm not going to, okay. A couple of us may not look like we have denim on, but they do. We all have denim. Yeah, we're all, including our general counsel, has denim on. So I'm going to take a moment to invite a guest to explain to you why we're having denim. It might look like fun that we're wearing denim, and it is fun to wear denim, but there's a very, very serious reason that we're wearing denim. And with that, I would like to invite to the podium my good friend, Louis Damiani, Executive Director of the Victim Service Center of Central Florida. Louis,
thank you.
Explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board members, I appreciate you so much for allowing me to be here for a moment just to talk about the upcoming Denim Day, which happens every year on the last Wednesday of the month of April. I did want to share that for 26 consecutive years, our organization, the Victim Service Center of Central Florida, has been providing hope and healing to victims of violent crime, sexual assault, and other traumatic events. We are the only rape crisis center serving Central Florida. That's all of Orange, Seminole, Osceola counties. More than once a day, my team gets called out to a rape victim in crisis to provide forensic exam services and emotional support. Yes, 381 times last year alone. So the problem is very, very real. We also answered 2,000 calls on our 24-hour sexual assault helpline, and we did over 3,500 therapeutic sessions, individual therapeutic sessions last year. So this is why we take one day each year, Denim Day, we set it aside so that we can visibly take a stand against sexual violence and so we can support survivors here in our community. And the best part, to participate, is absolutely free. All you got to do is wear some denim. And we have so many local governments and agencies that have joined on board. In fact, Madam Chair, I got to commend you. This is our 7th consecutive year here. And 11 years ago, it was you, as Orange County Chair, who was the very first one to get behind this initiative. Now, it's literally statewide. So when people participate, it's super, super easy to participate on the 30th. You wear your denim. Snap a picture or a video wearing your denim. And then you post it to social media using the hashtag Denim Day, and then tag us at VSC Florida, and then just watch the landscape explode. We'll have people following us all the way up into Georgia and North Carolina. It's a lot of fun, but for a very, very good cause. We have lots of tools, by the way, on our website, victimservicecenter.org. We're the #1 Google search if you start typing the word victim. And we have a whole page dedicated to Denim Day. So if you want to print your own posters and do your own campaign, just get on our website. You get all the resources that you could possibly need. And we even have a 90-second video that really explains what Denim Day is. Together, by wearing denim on Denim Day, taking a photo, sharing it across social media, we can all show support for our survivors and we can change how people think and talk about sexual violence and sexual harassment here in our community. Simple, simple, simple. And I appreciate you all having me back here 7 years in a row, and I hope we'll do it for 7 more. So thank you all for having me here today.
Louis, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And honestly, in all the years we've been recognizing this important day, this is the first time I ever realized the magnitude. It's shocking, it's disturbing, and I'm glad you're there for all of our victims. Thank you. You have a question? Yes, Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry to interrupt, but
Oh.
is there any way we can get all these people seats? There's a lot of people standing, and I didn't know if we could juggle something around or do something so that we are able to get everybody that is standing seats, because I know we're going to have a little bit of a preview of the Vision 2050 plan before we start recognition.
Okay, so you know what we can do? Let's pretend like we're in Easter Mass. And if there is a seat next to you, either raise your hand or scoot over to fill it in so that we can get, anybody who has a seat next to you, raise your hand so we can start getting. And there's seats in front. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 seats in front.
Don't be shy.
Well, this won't work if y'all aren't. Okay, absolutely, no, thank you.
There's seats in front.
Thank you all with the hands up. Hey, guys, I still have hands up here. Somebody just take, come on.
Keep your hands nice and high. Guys in the far back, if you want to come up.
Where is, you know what, Frank, this could be a moment for you. A call to action. What do you say?
A group photo?
No. No, you're good at directing people and bossing them around. I see it all the time.
There's one more up here.
All right, Frank, you,
We got 3 over here.
yes.
You got excellent seating. There's snacks. Come on.
Frank, pretend like you can't take a picture unless the chamber's full. Thank you. There we go.
We got 2 more up front. Come on, kids.
Yeah.
Chair's waiting.
Come on, Frank's a good guy, and he's going to take a pay cut if he can't make this happen, so help us out.
Frank, that one I think is reserved.
Oh, that's reserved. Okay. We still have 2 more. Come on, 2 kids. Yes? Somebody? Run.
I could give my seat up.
Right here.
Worse things could happen. Oh, this is so much better. Okay. Oh, okay, but I feel bad. We have a gentleman in the back with a beautiful little girl on his shoulders. We have a seat right up here, front and center.
Oh, mom's seat.
Oh, okay. No, we don't. We have one. No, we don't. We're back to, I'm sorry. Oh, it's a teaser. Oh, no, we have one over here. We do.
Two right here.
Okay, we still got more. Come on.
We're like auctioneers. To the left, to the left.
All right, we got to get started, so, okay. Awesome. Thank you for your cooperation. And seats will free up as we move along. Dr. Vasquez, I see, I wanted to recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, welcome to all of you. It's such a delight to see our boardroom filled with so many individuals that we're going to be recognizing this evening. We're so grateful for all that you do to support OCPS. Madam Chair, thank you. I wanted to ask you to give an update to our board members related to Vision 2050. As our board members know, this is a project that our team has been working on with the county. Chair Jacobs has been an integral part of that based on her knowledge and experience related to this when she was county mayor. And so I think it's very appropriate that she would give us a brief update on where we are in the process.
All right, thank you, Superintendent. I apologize for taking y'all's time right now, but this is kind of time sensitive. Tomorrow morning, there's an LPA hearing before at the county chambers. LPA is a local planning agency. It's the first step in the potential adoption of Vision 2050 and an Orange Code. So most of the board members will remember the detailed presentation we gave last August, but for members Douglas and member Vanos, I'm going to begin with a very quick overview, but we'll also send both of you a link to the full presentation that we did last August. So a little background. Before 2000, here in Orange County, there was very little coordination between Orange County and its 13 cities and Orange County Public Schools when it came to planning for growth. Residential development was very frequently approved without giving any weight to the impact on schools. That left OCPS scrambling to build schools, often without enough time, enough money, or enough land. The result, extremely overcrowded schools. 40%, roughly 40% of our students were in portable classrooms. On many middle and high school campuses, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that Florida is the lightning capital of the nation. So on many of our campuses, on stormy days, it brought instruction to a halt as a large portion of our students were in lockdown, especially middle and high school, where they couldn't rotate classes, which disrupted the schedule for everybody in the school. Cafeterias designed for half as many students couldn't keep up. My oldest son was a great example. He had to eat lunch 30 minutes after arriving at school. Obviously, he wasn't hungry, didn't eat very much, and was starving by the end of the day. Not a good recipe for getting a good education. Our older schools fell into disrepair as we spent more money trying to keep up with growth. And I was epic center, I think, for this problem because my children's elementary school grew to nearly twice its design capacity. Dr. Vasquez can attest to that because she started her AP career at that very school. In 2000, things began to change when Mel Martinez issued what was known as the Martinez Doctrine. He was the mayor at the time, and he directed county staff to consult OCPS on capacity before recommending residential approvals. And if schools were overcrowded, the county staff was told to recommend denial. It wasn't binding on the county commission, but they followed that recommendation every time. That at the time was like a sea change in how local governments anywhere in the state of Florida considered school capacity. Developers that were trying to keep up with the housing demand, though, they quickly found a workaround, annexing into cities to bypass the county's policy or practice. Sometimes they would get even higher density approvals that actually exacerbated the problem. A turning point came in 2004 when a city council, I won't mention which one, approved a multifamily project, multifamily meaning apartments, condos, impacting a severely overcrowded elementary school despite overwhelming opposition from the parents. Of course, it happened in the district. I was the county commissioner. Like I said, I seemed to be in the middle of everything at that point in time, so I know how badly this affected all of us. I was their district commissioners. The parents thought that I could just overrule that decision because the city was in the county. But it doesn't work that way. What made it even more offensive was that the entire school population lived in unincorporated Orange County. That meant that there wasn't a single parent in the entire school that could cast a vote for or against members on the city council. Fortunately, we were a charter county, and Orange County had a unique opportunity. Charter counties can adopt ordinances and charter amendments that are countywide. So it just happened that the Charter Review Commission had been formed. They meet every 4 years. Fortunately, they were meeting that year, and so I approached the 2 delegates that I had and asked them to advocate for putting a charter proposal on the ballot. And the way that would work is that if any district was, or any jurisdiction was going forward with residential development, they would have to do the Martinez Doctrine. They would have to ask the school. If there wasn't capacity, the school district also would look at the makeup of the school, and if more than 10% of the school population was in any other jurisdiction, and this was, the 10% was adopted by the county, not the ordinance or the charter. But anyway, if there were more than 10% of the students in another jurisdiction, the approval by the jurisdiction, the initial jurisdiction, wouldn't take effect until all the impacted local governments approved on it. That was a way of making sure that that citizens had reasonable representation. You would not be in a situation where one city would make a disastrous decision for a school, and very few parents at that school had any representation. So that initially, developers were knocking down the doors to get into Orange County Public Schools to figure out how to build schools. Over time, it developed into a more formalized process, and that process was known as capacity enhancement agreements. Most of you all remember when you got on the board, we were issuing those quite frequently. It was a way for developers to pay an equal amount of money to help the school district. It was, frankly, very successful, and it worked for a decade until 2019. Right after I got elected. State legislation changed the rules and required that any donation of any type by developers had to be basically refunded in our impact fees. So we collect impact fees. Impact fees pay roughly 70% of our new construction is paid by impact fees. So these are really, really important dollars to us. But the additional money we were getting got refunded back. So we really weren't getting any additional money. And in 2020, the school district issued a declaration explaining why we could no longer continue that program under this legislation. Shortly thereafter, Orange County suspended their process because they didn't have a multi-jurisdictional process for how they would effectuate the intent of the charter. They suspended it for 6 months or until they could work out and fine-tune the details and enter into interlocal agreements with the other jurisdictions. Just for the record, they don't have to have interlocal agreements. And just for the record, that was 5 years ago. And it's still suspended. And we are still in this place. So bringing that forward to where we are now. You all remember that the county is looking at completely overhauling their comp plan, which is their long-term growth plan, as well as their land use code. This change, it offers a huge increase in development opportunities. For instance, in their highest growth areas where we were not planning on having schools, where we didn't expect residential, it will allow up to 150 units per acre. To put that in perspective, typical subdivision, you might have 4 units, 6 units per acre. 150 units per acre is quite dense. And as I said, these are in areas we were not planning on having schools. So if it had been approved or is approved the way it was when we first met, those entitlements would happen immediately. There was no process for saying to Orange County Public Schools, are you going to have enough in this area? There was no process making sure that people had representation, that we weren't trotting over other municipalities. It would have just happened just like that with a single vote. So our staff brought it to the board's attention. We all got very engaged. We've had some very productive meetings, but to be honest with you, not productive enough. So where we got was the county agreed to have a 2-step process, especially in that high density area, where they wouldn't automatically be able to build more residential. They would have to ask for what's called a density application. They would ask us, is there enough capacity? If we said yes, then it would go to the county commission, and then they would have to vote for it. Instead of it being all passed with that one step, this was a multi-step process, which was a good step, except that I think our team assumed that also meant that if there wasn't capacity, that they would have to go through the process outlined in the charter. But that's not the way they drafted it. So even though there wouldn't be enough capacity, the board could, in a single vote, go ahead and approve it. There's one other complication to this. It's not just that there's more density, but all the properties in what's called the targeted sector, almost all of them have multi-uses. They could either choose residential or commercial or office, and they could pick and choose. So if our team is trying to figure out where do we need to buy land, they don't really have any idea if residential is going to end up anywhere or everywhere. So from a planning standpoint, it is an absolute nightmare. So again, as I said, this is coming to the first step in this tomorrow, and I'm very concerned. I know our team's very concerned, and it it's not just what it does immediately, but if the county is allowed to leapfrog over the requirements of the charter, their charter, then it really lays out the playbook for any other jurisdiction that wants to do the same. And that completely undermines the charter amendment, it undermines the Martinez doctrine, and it takes us back to pre-2000. And I know we look around right now and our schools are not in that condition. We've come light years, but I also want everybody to realize that part of that is because impact fees are paying 78%. That's huge for us. The legislature, many of you remember, in 2001, they decided that not only did we have to give credits back and reduce impact fees, but they put constraints. We can only increase them every 4 years. That's reasonable, that's fine. But you can only increase them by 50% of the fee. So the first impact fee study, I remember as a citizen, we doubled it. And that wouldn't have happened. We could have only increased it by 50%. And you have to phase it in, and the most you can phase it in is like 12.5% per year till you get to the 50% over 4 years. And there have been multiple times in that period where the impact fees have doubled, not because we just decided we wanted to get more money, but because the price of building schools went up, the price of land went up. They are strictly tied to actual costs, and they give a credit for any future taxes that'll be generated by the new development. So it's all mapped out. The only reason they increased by double was our cost increased by double, but none of that would have happened. I tried to calculate the other day, but I can tell you we would have collected less than half of the impact fees that we have collected over the last 25 years. What you would see looking out today would be nothing like what we see now. And we count every 4 years, I think it is, on renewing the half-penny sales tax. That is not a given. That, thank goodness, the community has supported us, but that's always a risk. And there's always, unfortunately, I hate to even utter it, always a risk that the legislature will decide to tinker some more, and hopefully they don't take away our ability to do that. They also took away a quarter of our millage that we collect for capital in 2008. So it's been a constant chipping away at our flexibility, and we desperately need our county commissioners to stand with us on this, not for us, but for our students, for our future, for the development of our community. So that's what I wanted to share with you all. Just give that some thought, and maybe at the end of the meeting, I'd love to hear, just after you've had a chance to think about it, your thoughts before our team goes in tomorrow. And you all are certainly welcome, and we'd love to have you join us at 9 o'clock in the morning. And if y'all aren't doing anything tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I can tell you directions. If you don't know where the county administration building is, if you're busy at 9 o'clock in the morning and you still care about this, please email me and we'll let you know what you can do to help. Thank you. Okay, now let's get on to the fun stuff. Okay. Time for recognitions. Honorees and guests, please stay in the board chambers if you can, and if you can find a seat, until all the recognitions are complete. We always hate it when the room empties out and people are here not being recognized. So if you're able to do that. And I'll let you know as soon as the recognitions are over. We'll begin with a recognition that is very special for the district and has become a yearly tradition, and that's the 2025 Leadership Orange graduation. Leadership Orange program has become a tremendous incubator for community involvement. Over the past 15 years, nearly 400 citizens have had a chance to experience firsthand what it takes to educate more than 200,000 students every day. Within our communities and multiple business circles, we have created informed advocates on the importance of public education. The members of this Leadership Orange class, the 14th group, came from all over the county, representing unique interests, diverse backgrounds. And over the past 8 months, the members of this year's Leadership Orange class have had a front row seat to the inner workings of the 8th largest school district in the nation. They have visited a variety of schools, including one of our newest, Innovation High, and gained firsthand insight into how we build schools, develop budgets, and support teaching and learning across the district. They've learned in depth about community engagement, exceptional student education, and operations. And yes, one of the most memorable moments, as always, is getting behind the wheel of a school bus. And to answer the question that is surely on everybody's mind, no, students were not on board. First question I asked, I was a little nervous about. Tonight marks the conclusion of their official program, but we sincerely hope that it's just the beginning of their ongoing involvement with Orange County Public Schools. As some of the most informed citizens in our community when it comes to public education in Orange County, we hope to hear from them often and see their influence grow. We look forward to their voices, their advocacy tomorrow morning, and their continued support as we strive to become hostage guardians, what can I say, one of the top school districts in the nation. In fact, board members Gallo and Vanos are proud leaders of Orange alumni. So who knows? One of our graduates tonight could end up on the dais in the future, which we usually leave off until they've graduated. Don't want to scare anybody off. And to this year's class, you guys have gained tools, insights, and relationships that we hope will help you stay connected to OCPS and make a meaningful impact on your life, as well as our school district. Through your leadership and influence, you've had the potential to change lives in one school, many schools, and for hundreds, even thousands of students. So before we recognize each of you, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to the many OCPS leaders and staff members who have shared their time, their expertise, and their passion with this group. Your generosity gave them an insight into the complex, challenging, and incredibly rewarding work that we do every day, and gave us an opportunity to show off what incredible employees that we have here in Orange County and what a joy and honor it is to work with them. Now I will turn it over to OCPS Public Relations Director Jason Smith, who will introduce the members of this year's class.
Thank you, Chair Jacobs. You know, Leadership Orange is one of my favorite programs, and I have definitely enjoyed the time that we've been able to spend with this year's class members. Before I introduce them and to present their completion awards, we have another quick recognition. We've heard from Member Gallo on several occasions over the years about the changes that have been made to the Leadership Orange diplomas. She, of course, was in our inaugural class, Class 1, back in 2010, 2011. So instead of a framed certificate or plaque, this year we decided to feature a piece of student artwork. If you take a look on the screen, this piece is called Morning Sun, and the artist is with us tonight. Elle Mangan, would you please stand? Elle is an 11th grader in the Visual Art Magnet at Dr. Phillips High School. And I want to thank you for sharing your artwork and talents with us and the world. And if you'll come up, Dr. Vasquez would like to present you with a framed copy of this beautiful piece and to take a photo. All right, so now let's recognize Leadership Orange Class 14. When I call your name, you're going to come up. The superintendent's going to present your award and take a photo, and then you can shake hands along the dais and gather here in front of me, and we'll take a group photo at the very end. So first up is Abi Saini. Turn and smile. Everybody else pay attention. Where are you? Yeah. Yeah, just come over here. Yep. Adam Switek. Bonnie Toffoli. Brett Reynolds. Bridget Valley. Up next is Carrie Carter. Danny Campos. Elsa Bernache. Elsie Nadal. Erica Black. Forrest White. Jeff Collingan. You can do 2 rows. Hold on a second. For now. Right there. Get a picture. You did? Okay, good. Kia. Up next is Kia Scherfrere. Ken Probst. Kiani McGill. Christine Briggs. LaKenya Van Norman. Lavonda Wilder. Michael Coleman. Sam Ram. Shannon McDonald. Shayla Bright. Sheena Jackson. And last but not least, Stephanie Mizrahi. All right, cohort 14 of Leadership Orange. Congratulations, everybody.
Good, good, good. Good, look toward me, look happy, and on 3. Good, 1, 2, and 3. Hold on, let's do that again. Look super happy. Where's my other photographer? Did you get it? No? Hold on, one more. Look super happy. Thank you. All right. Thank you, somebody. Yes.
Thank you.
Again, thank you all so much for caring enough to spend so much of your time with us. And you know, I think one of the other things that comes out of most classes is some camaraderie and some relationships that you didn't have coming in, which makes me think, and Jason's probably going to not be happy with me for this, but we do receptions and recognitions pretty well here. And I'm thinking that maybe we need to have like a reunion sometime because we have so many of classes and these are just incredible people. So maybe we could look at that. Yeah, wouldn't that be fun? I think they'd all love to get back together. Okay, next, each month, a school board member honors an employee or a group of employees in their district. These employees each have shown exceptional dedication and contributed to the success of our students. All of them do. We're grateful for each and every one of our devoted staff members, and this is just one more way that we're pleased to honor them one at a time. So with that, I want to invite Board Member Douglas, who represents District 4, to tell us about the group she selected for her school spotlight tonight.
Thank you, Chair Jacobs. Can you hear me? Okay, wonderful. I would like to honor the Special Areas team at Bay Meadows Elementary. Okay, please give them a round of applause to start with. This dedicated group of educators works together to bring art, music, physical education, and dance to all the students at their school, all of them. Not all of them could make it, but could the two of you who were able to join us tonight please stand? So we have with us our teacher, Barbara Hauser, and PE teacher Brent Wilmot. The team also includes music teacher Margaret Buckley, dance teacher Crystal Edwards, and paraprofessional Douglas Highfield. This team has consistently demonstrated excellence, creativity, and a deep commitment to fostering a well-rounded education. Last night, they were one of the 4 groups to earn Educator Appreciation Awards at the Education Awards ceremony held by the West Orange Chamber. Their lessons aligned with content while also incorporating the school vision as a team career academy. The team volunteers at time for school-wide programs such as Jump Rope for Heart, which I remember, and field days. They also run school clubs and host arts showcase nights for each grade level, and they participate in district events such as all-county music and dance. Thank you for making sure our student feels the joy of a well-rounded education. Please come forward to have a photo with us. So, Barbara and Brent.
Yeah. Definitely go down. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Yeah, I want to be out of it in a week. Oh, that's good. Or I want to. I'm pretty sure.
Feels so good.
Good, big smile.
Thank you for all that you guys do.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Member Douglas. Okay, next. So, yeah. So here's what we'll do. We asked everybody to stay till the end, but we still have some people standing in the back. So if there's anybody who's been recognized and wants to leave, they can leave, but they don't have to leave.
Okay.
Did I do that well? You don't, I'm not asking you to leave, but it's been suggested by the vice chair, by Member Gallo, that I should extend the offer. Wow. Huh? You know, she can't let go. She was the vice chair, always the vice chair. I know. But just in case anybody was offended, I wanted to make sure they knew who did it.
It wasn't me.
I know, now we clarified that. Okay, folks that are standing in the back, you all really need to come forward and sit down right now, or we're going to look real bad up here.
After you chase all these people.
Right?
Okay, our next recognition couldn't come at a better time since today is Earth Day. How many people knew that? Wow, I'm impressed. Very good. Unless you're not being honest, but we wouldn't assume that. These schools stood above the rest for their eco-friendly efforts. They were recognized as the top 3 winners during the district's 11th annual Green Schools Awards ceremony in the fall. Congratulations to Zelwood Elementary, Edgewater High, and Avalon Elementary for creating green cultures at their schools. And now I would like to welcome their fearless leader, Jennifer Fowler, Senior Director of Environmental Compliance and Sustainability, to the podium so she can tell us a little bit more. Ms. Fowler, thank you for your leadership in this area.
Thank you very much, and happy Earth Day. I am excited to recognize the top 3 award winners of this past school year's annual Green Schools Recognition Program. On September 25th, the district hosted the 11th annual Green Schools Awards Banquet, recognizing the 34 schools that applied. From all of the applications, there were 3 that stood out to our community partner judges. Let me take a moment to acknowledge and highlight some of their efforts and achievements. In 3rd place, from Avalon Elementary School, we have Principal Jessica Swain, Assistant Principal Tara Popovich, and Garden Club students and their parents, Anderson Vargo, 2nd grade, and Erin Vargo, mom, Gian Fiorentino, 4th grade, and Michaela Pearson, mom, and Sebastian and Santino Mascolo from 4th grade, and their father, Justin Mascolo. A cornerstone of Avalon Elementary's campus is their outdoor learning area. They have an outdoor edible kitchen garden, wildflower garden, outdoor learning classroom, and a certified Monarch Way Station pollinator garden, all accessible to the whole school community. These gardens provide a place where students, families, and staff alike can relax before or after school, building a relationship with the ecosystem as they sit, nurture, and observe the nature in their own schoolyard. The gardens are maintained by the Students' Garden Club and community supporters. These lessons are supplemented with a strong culture of waste reduction and recycling. In fact, Avalon's food waste reduction program demonstrates a strong closed-loop system where food is not thrown away but seen as a resource. Last school year, they donated and composted more food per student than any other participating school, reaching an astounding 25,700 pounds. This year, they are keeping pace and most likely will exceed that benchmark. In 2nd place, from Edgewater High School, we have Principal Alex Jackson and teachers Susan Piaski and Crystal Farrell. Sustainability at Edgewater High School is fueled by a desire to do good and a hunger for learning more deeply about the world around us. Edgewater also participates in the University of Central Florida's Coastal Estuarine Eco Lab project and in the OCPS Student Sustainability Advisory Council contest. These projects allow students to take leadership roles in sustainability that have real impacts. Sustainability lessons are furthered in the classroom with projects on planning cities for renewable energy instead of fossil fuels, upcycling materials to be used as new products, and learning about how environmental stewardship impacts community health and environmental health. And in first place, Zelwood Elementary School, we have Principal Jennifer Lawrence and teachers Pamela Owens, Julie Bruce, and Jennifer Terry. Zelwood students take active roles leading and supporting sustainability efforts throughout the whole school year, inside and outside of the classrooms. The Green Eagles Club helps clean up litter in outdoor areas on a regular basis and hosts the annual Beautification Day to clean up litter and plant new plants. All students are sustainability scientists, gathering, measuring, and tracking data on parts of their school related to sustainability, such as energy use, water use, garden growth, and vehicle idling. Every student has a chance to use the wellness trail around the school to appreciate nature, birdwatch, and exercise during PE or recess. The students also have excellent role models in their teachers and administrators. Teachers tie their lessons together with sustainable and conservation-focused activities. Community partners visit to present on renewable energy, education, gardens, and environmental conservation. There are so many more stories like the ones I've shared. Overall, 25 community partners judged the applications and 8 sponsored Judges' Choice Awards. A new addition to the Green School program this year was the Mentor Awards. This award recognized 2 of our past Green schools who now take a leadership role in mentoring schools who are on their green journey. Both Arbor Ridge K-8 and Sally Ride Elementary School were awarded the Continued Excellence Award. With the support of community partners, there was nearly $38,000 handed out. I just wanted to thank all of our schools who applied this past school year. Finally, our top 3 schools this past November were designated as Green Apple schools by the Florida Department of Education and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's Green School Designation Program. The work our students, teachers, and staff are doing is truly amazing, and we look forward to highlighting them with you next year. Please help me congratulate Zelwood Elementary School, Edgewater High School, and Avalon Elementary School.
Where are they? Are they there?
They're here. Please, our schools and our students, everybody who was
Come on
there,
up
our
here.
sustainability
Come
team
on
would
up
come
here.
up for a picture.
You didn't come here to sit in the seats.
Those are good.
They are. You want your picture?
Anne. Just Anne.
Happy to have my school represented. Avalon is represented.
Winning school is in the district. Just saying.
The cheer wins all the time.
I know. She's always the winner.
Where was I? Look toward me. 1, 2, 3. Look happy again. One more. Look super happy. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again to our schools that are participating in this. It's just awesome.
Madam
All right.
Chair.
Yes,
Madam
sir.
Chair, may I?
Mr. Pomerani.
So I just want to say I am a proud alumnus of Zelwood Elementary.
Yes.
It is the most beautiful school in Orange County. It is almost like a Yes, I'm anti-cows. Having said that, that's an inside joke for those. But it's the setting. For the record, she said she didn't know Zelwood is that old. Yes, it is in fact that old.
The school or the
Me,
town?
the school,
Okay.
the whole thing, yeah. But for those of you who have never been to Zelwood, it's up on a hill. It's down by a lake. It is a wonderful place for kids to just go and explore nature. It was that way when I was in school there. This is a testament to what a beautiful place it is. But I wanted to say I'm a proud alumnus of that school. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, John. I know we tease you a lot, but I always love hearing your personal stories. So thank you for sharing that with us. Okay, next I'd like to recognize 2 students who demonstrated excellence through the 4-H earlier this month. Would Michaela Hines, where's Michaela? Michaela Hines, would you stand up for a minute? There you are, bashful one. And Anastasia Bonilla. Where's Anastasia? They're both from, I believe, they're both from Windy Ridge K-8. That's mine. Yes, that's your school. It's mine too. And oh, okay, okay. These 2 students, this group up here, if you haven't noticed, they're a little competitive. These 2 students are the winners of our District 4-H public speaking contest. They each presented a speech between 2 and 3 minutes long on a topic of their choice. I think I could use a little advice and direction from them. Now we want to hear a little bit more from our program specialist, Nancy Golden, from Curriculum and Instruction.
Thank you, Chair Jacobs.
Thank
Good evening,
you.
Superintendent Vasquez, board members, and guests. It is with immense pleasure that I stand before you tonight to recognize our 2 individuals who demonstrated remarkable talent, dedication, and eloquence in the recent 4-H public speaking competition. This event, sponsored by the University of Florida's Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences, Orange County Extension Office, powered by Florida Light and Power, challenges students in grades 4 through 8 to engage in research, thoughtful composition, and confident delivery of speeches on topics of their choosing. The journey to this moment has not been an easy one. Over 50 OCPS schools participated, involving thousands of our students at the classroom level. From there, the most promising speakers advanced through school-level competitions, then to the cadre level, culminating in a highly competitive district competition held earlier this month. Tonight, we have the honor of celebrating our 2 winners. First, please join me in congratulating our elementary school winner from Dr. Phillips Elementary School, Michaela Hines. Michaela captivated the judges with her insightful and engaging speech relating to Albert Einstein. Next, our middle school winner, Anastasia Bonilla, was a winner for her thoughtful and well-articulated speech on the significant topic of raising minimum wage. Michaela and Anastasia, your achievements are a testament to your hard work, intellectual curiosity, and the excellent guidance provided by your teachers and families. You have not only excelled in this competition, but you have also honed invaluable skills in research, critical thinking, and public communication, skills that will undoubtedly serve you well in the future. Please join me once again in offering a round of applause for our winners and our outstanding, I see they're better public speakers than I am, in the Florida 4-H public speaking competition. And you can come on up for a picture.
Okay,
please.
Michaela and Anastasia, please come on up. And moms, dads, brothers, sisters, teachers, principals, anybody that's here in support, come on forward. Yes, it's a family affair. There you go.
Yes, you are. Good. Big smile with happy and on three. Good. 1, 2, 3. Let's stay there. One more with happy. Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me ask one question. No, go ahead, please. Member Gallo, you recognized?
Thank you. So I was just curious, do they go on from here? Like,
Okay.
it ends here? Okay, because we were just at the Fire Bureau luncheon, and they were talking about the 4-H speeches and how wonderful Orange County did. So congratulations. I've judged many. I've been offered, not offered. I have been invited to schools, and so I've had the privilege of seeing these kids perform or give their speeches, and every single time, whether it's at an elementary or middle school, I'm absolutely blown away. I can't even put into words how proud I am of the students, not just their ability to speak so articulately, but to do so in front of large crowds of people. It's such a great thing to see. When my daughter was in 5th grade, she did the Modern Woodsman and came in 3rd, and that's when I realized that she was, like, I could never do that at her age. I would have been scared to death. But at such a young age that she was able to participate and to get that far. And then I also realized what a great writer she was, which benefited me tremendously when I was running for office. I'm just saying. So congratulations and kudos. I'm so proud of y'all.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you on all those points. What I was also, kind of like you, it blows me away that at this age, because at my age, after this many years in public office, it still makes me nervous. Like, this I'm okay with because we're just talking, but speeches and stuff still scares me to death, makes me a nervous wreck. So I'm just amazed at you all, just absolutely. And the subjects that you picked were fascinating as well. Did they get recorded? Is there a video of them or anything that I could watch? No? Would sure be cool.
The moms.
Maybe. If you do, I would love to see it. Yeah, I would love to hear it because, again, both subjects, I was intrigued by what you said and the research you did. And how you did it in 2 to 3 minutes. That's another skill I don't have. Okay, and we have Member Douglas wants to comment.
What is your next step in high school? Are you going to take debate class? Are you going to be part of debate? Because that's amazing.
Oh, cool. Yes, I see a head.
Totally
nodding.
amazing. My son did that, and he ran for office as a state representative. Unfortunately, he lost by 400 votes, but
There's always next time.
there's always a next time.
That's right.
Congratulations.
Okay, and for our finale, I am excited that we have student athletes from 5 high schools here tonight. They have won state championships in cheerleading, soccer, and wrestling. Please welcome Lonnie Flores, Senior Administrator of Athletics and Wellness. Lonnie, great to have you with us. Tell us a little bit more about our 2025 winter winners.
Good evening, Board Chair Jacobs, school board members, Superintendent Dr. Vasquez, and OCPS staff. It is my honor to be here today to recognize our teams and our individual champions for the winter sports season. At this time, the first team I would like to recognize is the Apopka girls soccer team. If their coach and their athlete that is representing the team can please stand. The Apopka girls soccer team was named the state 7A academic champions with a team grade point average of 3.799. They were one of only 36 other schools in the state of Florida in this classification who had a combined team GPA of at least a 3.0. I know this may seem commonplace for our athletes to earn this award, but it is very difficult to achieve and speaks volumes that OCPS truly has a focus on student first and athlete second. At this time, I would like to recognize the student athlete and coach that is here today and the staff for Apopka. Our principal at Apopka High School is Lyle Hines, and our athletic director is Aaron Crawford. Today we have with us Assistant Principal Steve Luis June. We have Coach Joe Chandler, and we have one of the athletes to represent the team, Sydney Chandler.
Good friend
Well,
of
we
ours
also
down.
have,
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Apopka City Commissioner Nick Nesta right there too, so. Thanks for coming.
Ron, come on up here. Oh, of course. I'm not surprised.
Not surprised. John Pomerini, are you going to say you're an alumni of Apopka too? We're waiting.
Not only am I alumni of Apopka High, Coach Chandler and I played baseball together and have known each other for 35 or so years. So.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So, Mr. Pomeroy, I do have one question for you. And if you don't have the answer, I'll be in the county building tomorrow. And if I haven't worn out my welcome, I'm going to go see their EPT department because I don't know if anybody has run any tests on the water in Apopka. There's something about Apopka, okay?
Oh, there's lots of things about Apopka.
There's lots of things about Apopka. There are lots of things about Apopka, but Apopka's athletes just always, right? What is it the culture? Is it the water? That's what I want to know. Mr. Flores, we're back to you.
Yes, ma'am. The next team we'd like to recognize is the Freedom Game Day Cheer Team. If you could please stand and come up to the dais.
Oh, wow.
The Freedom Game Day Cheer Team won the 2A state championship. They won the regional competition with a score of 87.70. This qualified them to advance directly to the state championship finals with Boone High School from their region. They won the finals with a score of 93.10, defeating Sebring, Boone, Forest, Fort Walton Beach, and Pine Ridge to win the championship. This is the first year for this division, making Freedom High School the first ever Game Day Cheer champion for Orange County Public Schools. At this time, I would like to recognize the principal, the athletic staff, and the coach for Freedom High School. The principal is Charles France. The athletic director is Bobby Rago. And at this time, I'm going to allow Coach Michael Catalfamo Smith to introduce the team.
It is my honor to introduce these athletes as state champions here today. First up, I have in 11th grade, Zaria Brooks. In 11th grade, Sabrina Frangello. In 10th grade, Chloe Howells. In 11th grade, Madison Johnson. In 12th grade, Jamie Lipschutz. She does plan to attend UCF in the fall and major in business management, as well as trying out for the cheer team. In 11th grade, Aliana Morel. In 11th grade, Ayana Pernier. In 11th grade, Adeline Santos. In 10th grade, Isabella Salinas Volpe. In 11th grade, Caden Stanley. In 11th grade, Dallas Tate. And last but not least, in 11th grade, Jayla Vega.
Is there a cheer?
Cheer post, go. Come on. They're like, no, they're not going to do that.
Then look in the middle. Then look at those nice people. Good?
Got it.
Good.
Got it? Got it.
Congratulations, you guys.
Congratulations.
If you ever need anything, let me know. You guys are amazing.
The next team we'd like to recognize is the Windermere Competitive Cheer Team. Windermere Competitive Cheer Team won the Small Division 2A State Champions. They won the regional competition with a score of 84.10. This qualified them to advance directly to the state championship. They won the finals with a score of 88.90, defeating Tate, West Orange, and Wharton to win the state championship. This is the school's second state championship in competitive cheer. Both of their state championships were in this division. The team also finished runner-up at Nationals, the highest finish in program history. At this time, I would like to recognize the student athletes, coaches, and staff of Windermere High School. The principal from Windermere High School is Andrew Leftakis. The athletic director for Windermere High School is Jillian Sutton. And to introduce the team, I have head coach Annie McKellen.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. We have 9 of our 12 athletes here, and we're going to start with Addison Angelino. She's in 11th grade. Next, we have Autumn Adkins in 10th grade. Next, we have Ainsley, who is one of our captains, and she's a senior. She will be cheering at the University of Alabama this fall. We have Kerrigan Kidd, who is also a senior. She is also going to be cheering at University of West Georgia. We have Ella Kiefer. She's in 10th grade. We have Emma Lipkin, who is also a senior. She will also be cheering at University of Alabama this fall. We have Caitlin Walsh. She's also in 10th grade. We have Jolie Wojciechowski. She is a senior, and she's going to be attending FAU this fall. And last but not least, we have Bella Zamparelli, and she is a junior.
Yes,
Yes,
of course.
It usually is.
He gets paid extra for that.
Oh, that would be really funny, though. That would be super fun.
Yeah, we'll help you back up. Good, look toward me, get happy, and on three, good, 1, 2, 3, good, stay there. Hold on, one more, look super happy. Thank you.
Congratulations. Wait, we got some moms. Or a mom. Congratulations.
The next team I would like to recognize is the Winter Park competitive cheer team. The Winter Park competitive cheer team won the medium division and 2A state championship. They won the regional competition with a score of 84.30. This qualified them to advance directly to the state championship with Bishop Moore High School from their region. They won the state final with a score of 90.40, defeating Durrell Academy, Creekside, Plant, Timber Creek, and Leonard to win the championship. This is the school's 13th state championship in competitive cheer. It brings me great honor to say they are back to back to back state champions in this division. Wow. And lastly, Winter Park is now tied for the most all-time cheer championships in the state of Florida with West Nassau with the 13 championships. Congratulations, ladies. At this time, I would like to recognize the student athletes, coaches, and staff of Winter Park High School. The principal is Mr. Matt Arnold. The athletic director is Mr. Andy Childs. And today I have Coach Angela Austin, who's been here a couple times, to recognize all of her student athletes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us again today. First and foremost, I would like to introduce my assistant coach, Amy Retz, who also cheered for me at Winter Park. And she won 4 state championships when she was there as well. So it's an honor to have her with me. I'm now going to introduce our athletes. First, we have AC Adams, who is a sophomore. Addie Barnes, who is also a sophomore. We have Elite Spreets, who is a senior and plans to attend Florida Atlantic University. We have Caroline Drury, who is a senior who plans to attend the University of Florida. We have Addie Frame, who is a sophomore. Hope Gebelhoff, who is a senior and plans to attend the University of Central Florida. We have Rylan Guilford, who is a sophomore. Amelie Guton, who is a freshman. Arabella Haskell, who is a sophomore. Emma Hinestrosa, who is a sophomore. Gisela Jones, who is a 9th grader, freshman. Grace Logan, sophomore. Kennedy Mangan, sophomore. Leighton McAndrew, junior. Sutton McAndrew, junior. Sophie Miller, sophomore. Sarah Odell, sophomore. Sloan Pistor, a junior, who is not here tonight because she's at the lacrosse game tonight. Remy Story, sophomore. Congratulations to this amazing team. And with those young numbers, I think we might be back again next year. Here we go. Thank you.
Seriously. Congratulations.
Our final team that is going to be recognized tonight is the Lake Nona boys soccer team. The Lake Nona boys soccer team won the FHSA 7-8 state soccer championship. In the semifinals, after being down 3-1 at halftime, they came back to tie the game, and at the end of regulation, and went on to defeat Doral Academy 4-2 on penalty kicks. In the finals, they battled Timber Creek to a 0-0 tie after regulation and overtime, and won the match on penalty kicks 4-1 to claim the state championship. This is the school's first ever state championship in boys soccer. Congratulations. At this time, I would like to recognize the student athletes, coaches, and staff of Lake Nona High School. The principal for Lake Nona High School is Nicole Campbell. The athletic director is Brandon Joseph. And it's an honor to introduce Coach Anton Seeley to introduce his team.
I appreciate your time. First, I'd like to thank Principal Nikki Campbell, as well as our AD, Mr. Brandon. Joao Bastos, Jack Campion, Jr., Gabriel Campos, Sr., Gabriel Cini, Senior, Tristan Polanai, Sophomore, Armando Delgado, Jr., Evan Dollard, Jr., Ray Gutierrez, Senior, Angelo Hernandez, Freshman, Arthur Maranhao, Jr., Federico Mascioli, Senior, Fernando Mascioli, Senior, Enzo Moncorvo, Senior, Murillo Melo, Jr., Eric Peñado, Senior, Patrick Pencava, Jr., Hernan Pineda, Senior, Lucas Quesada, Sophomore, Christopher Roach, Sophomore, Mason Saunders, Sophomore, Theo Amarante, Freshman, Moa Silva, Sophomore, Jaden Splunge, Senior, David Vargas, Senior, and Tyler Vasconcelos, Freshman. We also have my super underrated assistant coach, Alex Bright.
Is it a coincidence they all have the same curly hair? I don't know. So we were in the circus one year, we all got perms, and all the guys got perms.
Yeah, I don't think those are perms.
But I mean, it is
That's
amazing,
funny.
isn't
It is, yeah.
Right? I don't know. It could have been a thing.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Big smile with happy. And on three, good. 1, 2, and 3. Stay there. One more. Super happiness. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Congratulations, Lake Nona. Woo! It's impressive, you guys.
Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. You guys win? Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Of course. Member Salamanca has a few words.
Thank you, Chair. It's so exciting to see my Lake Nona soccer boys up here. I don't like to beat District 1 when it's Timber Creek High School, because I attended Timber Creek High School. So, it's tough that every time I beat District 1, it's my school. But but I did text Member Gallo as soon as we won immediately. And it's nice. I'm so glad to see. It's so exciting, the energy of the soccer team in Lake Nona. I mean, those games are popping. It is full of people. It is like saying they really compete with our football team out there on just the families, the students that come out, and what y'all have done with the program there, and how exciting just the community gets every time the Lake Nona soccer boys team plays. And so congratulations. Very proud of District 2. Sorry, Member Gallo. But and thank you for Principal Campbell, for one, always keeping me updated when we win. It's very important. And two, for being such an incredible principal, is always supporting our athletes and making sure that they're supported, and they love you. So thank you all.
And Member Salamanca, thank you for your proud parochialism. I can say that yeah. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Okay, Mr. Flores, you with us?
Yes, ma'am. We have one more individual champion to recognize, and that's from Freedom Girls Wrestling, Rochaiva Claremont, who won the 1A state championship. She is a 4-year varsity letter winner and 3-time state qualifier. She is a 3-time champion for the Metro Conference, the FHSA districts, and the FHSA regionals. She was a state qualifier in 2023. She finished 3rd in the state in 2024 and is now the state champion in 2025. She has over 100 varsity career wins and competed on the national team for Team Florida. At this time, I would like to recognize the staff of Freedom High School and bring up Coach David Bush to say a few words about Ms. Claremont. The principal for Freedom High School is Mr. Charles France. The athletic director is Mr. Bobby Rego. And at this time, Coach Bush, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the school board for having everybody here tonight and recognizing their achievements. We appreciate that. Thank you to Mr. France and Athletic Director Robert Rego, who always support our girls wrestling program. And congratulations to Rachiva on all her significant accomplishments here, which was a tremendous leader of our program over the last 4 years. Her contributions to our team helped our team to 4 top 4 finishes, 22 state championship. And, Mr. Flores here has said many of our accomplishments in those 4 years: a 3-time district champ, a 3-time Metro Conference champ, a 3-time region champ, and your 2025 FHSA state champion. So congratulations, Rachiva, on a significant career after high school.
Yes, absolutely. I see Member Salamanca. This is old, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Member Front, don't take that wrong. Member Farad, you're recognized.
Hey, I just wanted to say congratulations to Freedom High School. If you didn't notice, they were called twice. So District 3, it's the place to be. And so thank you, Principal France. Thank you so much for everything that you do, for just holding up the fort and just pulling out the best in everybody that comes and attends your school. Thank you, and congratulations to all the athletes.
I must apologize on the behalf of athletics, as we're now deep into spring sports. We had a lot of athletes that were in the playoffs. They weren't able to make it today. But I do, on behalf of our athletes, our schools, our athletic departments, I would love to thank the board for always supporting us. And to have 5 champions, team champions, and an individual champion is very difficult to achieve. And it just speaks to the abilities of our students here in Orange County Public Schools. And if you don't mind, I would love to come up to dais and get that fist bump. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, next up, Dr. Vasquez, do you have any newly appointed administrators to present to us? I'm sorry, did I miss something? Yeah, we usually recognize our administrators if we can. Dr. Vasquez.
Yes, we have not recognized administrators in a couple of board meetings, so today I'm making up for that. We have 12 newly appointed administrators, and I'm so delighted to welcome them into the administrative family. And so we're going to start with Natalie Augusto, who is now the assistant principal at Robbinswood Middle School.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, school board members. Thank you. It's on?
Yes.
Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and staff for the opportunity to serve at Robbinswood Middle School. Thank you to my principal, Ms. Floyd, and to my principal leader, Dr. Trimble, for all their support and guidance. And thank you to my family and friends.
Emily Blackmore is the new assistant principal at Domrick Elementary.
Good evening. Thank you to school board members, Superintendent Dr. Vasquez, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Armbruster, and staff for this incredible opportunity to serve as the assistant principal at Domrick Elementary. I want to express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Martin, Trevor Honahan, and Trina Murray, who have each taken me under their wing and supported me with their guidance and expertise. A special thank you to my aunt, who also serves at Orange County Public Schools, with her dedication and for always being in my corner. To my former colleagues and mentors at Laureate Park Elementary, thank you for helping me shape into the administrator I am today. And finally, thank you to my parents for their love, encouragement, and belief in my ability to make a difference in the lives of students and fellow educators. Thank you.
So Emily, I remember when you first started with Orange County Public Schools, and your aunt was such a champion, and just the delight and joy she had with all that you've accomplished. So I know tonight she is beaming, and I can't believe that in such a short period of time. Has it been
7 years?
7 years. Well, congratulations, and we're thrilled. Next, we have Adacia Elmore, who is the principal of Sunridge Elementary.
Good evening. Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and staff for this opportunity to serve at Sunridge Elementary. Today, I stand before you with immense joy and gratitude as I officially step into the role of principal. From assistant principal to principal at the same location, this moment is a continuation of a journey that has been deeply meaningful to me. To district leadership, executive leader Dr. Raheem Jones, and principal leaders Trevor Hunahan and Keisha Miller, your support has empowered me to step forward with confidence. To my mom, dad, aunts, family, and friends, I love you. Your encouragement and unwavering support has made my journey possible. A special thank you to my amazing mentors, the former principal of Sunridge Elementary, Dr. Diana Greer, my NSU professor and educational mom, Dr. Rosita Riley, and everyone that has bestowed blessings upon me. Thank you. To my Sunridge Eaglet family, you inspire me every day. Your dedication, resilience, and passion remind me of why I do this work. We are one school, one team with one vision, and we are united in excellence. I am a product of Orange County Public Schools, so my educational journey is evidence that dreams full circle really do come true. Thank you all for this incredible opportunity to serve and shine on.
Next, Janet Alexandria Martin is going to be the principal at Domrick Elementary.
Good evening. Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, Dr. Armbruster, thank you for the trick you played on me, and staff for this opportunity to serve as principal at Domrick Elementary. I would also like to thank executive leaders, Dr. Raheem Jones and Mr. Jose Martinez, who sent me to Domrick in the first place. Principal leader, Mr. Trevor Hanahan, mentors and friends, Ms. Laura Permenter, Dr. Jody Sylvester, Mrs. Carolina Swank, Mrs. Kelly Maldonado, and Ms. Marina Martinez. Most importantly, I thank God for his goodness to me. To my husband, Keith, and our daughters, proud products of Timber Creek High School, go Wolves, thank you for your continued encouragement, love, and support.
Cheyenne Murray is going to be the new assistant principal at Palmetto Elementary.
Good evening. Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and staff for this opportunity to serve at Palmetto Elementary School. This moment is a culmination of the support and guidance I have received from many incredible leaders throughout my journey. I want to express my appreciation to my phenomenal principal, Ms. Patricia Sells, and my principal leader, Ms. Karen Verano. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge and express my gratitude to Dr. Meredith Leftakis, Ms. Faithia Brown Carpenter, and Ms. Helena Gergoni, all of whom have impacted me in profound ways and shaped me into the leader that I am today. Additionally, I would like to thank my family and friends who have been my pillars of strength, to my parents, my stepdad, my brother who's since passed on, my grandparents, my uncle, my boyfriend. Thank you for being my biggest cheerleaders. Without your unwavering support and encouragement, I would not be where I am today. To my wonderful school family at Palmetto Elementary School, I look forward to the positive impact that we'll continue to make together for all of our students and our families. Thank you once again for this incredible opportunity.
Gordana Petrusik is going to be the new assistant principal at Timber Springs Middle School.
Good evening. Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and staff for this opportunity to serve at Timber Springs Middle School. I'm so honored and humbled to be given an opportunity to support our students, staff, and community of Timber Springs Middle School. This journey will not be possible without support of my new principal, Mr. Subasis, and the principal leader, Dr. Bailey. Throughout my career, I've been fortunate to have many mentors who have taught me the importance of servant leadership, This guidance has greatly shaped my leadership qualities, enabled me to build community, foster trust, uphold integrity, empower others, and raise awareness. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Guy Swenson, Damien Rosado, Chantel Fitzgerald, and Sasha Russ for their invaluable support. But most importantly, it is my family who means the most to me and who are here to support me. I would like to thank my husband, my high school sweetheart, Novica Petrusik, who I met at Oak Ridge High School. Thank you for always being my support and rock since February 14, 2002. Our amazing kids, Novak and Natalia Petrusik, are such awesome reflection of two of us, our literally twins. Thank you all. I look forward for working with everyone to improve student success. Go Wolverines!
Annabelle Rodriguez is the new assistant principal at Memorial Middle School.
Guess I'll stand right here. So thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and staff for the opportunity to serve at Memorial Middle School. I especially want to thank Mr. Foster for trusting in the value that I bring in the vision for the school. I look forward to learning more from you and continuing to support the school's success in areas of growth. A heartfelt thank you as well to my family, my husband, my children, and friends. Your support through every step of my personal and professional journey means the world to me. Thank you.
Anthony Russell Jr. is the new principal at Wekiva High School.
Good evening. Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and staff for the opportunity to serve at Wekiva High School. Now, I don't want to offend anyone, but I got to tell the Lord thank you, because he's been good to me. Now, first, I want to thank everyone that helped raise the skinny kid that lived at 1212 Hickory Street in Fernandina Beach, Florida. I want to thank my mentors that helped me along the way on this journey, Mr. Sam Danner, Mr. Tim Schuler, Dr. Kathy Schuler, Dr. Williams, Mrs. Jennifer Fugate, Mrs. Nikki Campbell, who I probably wouldn't be here today if I would have never went to East River High School, Mr. Andy Jackson, and then I want to thank Dr. Armbruster, Mr. Martinez, Dr. Padawana, Dr. Dispenza, Ms. Chang, Ms. Nugent, Ms. Ali, and Ms. Erica. All those who believed in me when I probably didn't believe in myself. And then I want to thank all those who came from Wekiva, especially the APs today, and those that are here from Horizon, where I was before I went to Wekiva. And last and definitely not least, I want to thank my beautiful wife, my 2:45 a.m. prayer partner, for putting up with me the last 17 years and always having my back and supporting me. And then I'd like to thank my two sons as well, Trey and Aiden. But as you can see, they ain't here because their schedules don't align with mine. But I am excited to be a Mustang and to serve the students, staff, and community of Wekiva, where we're not only going to be the standard of excellence, but we're going to be the best school in OCPS, regardless of what you hear in the news.
Oh, thank you for making me smile. Next, we have Ashley Schneider, who is the new assistant principal at Horizon High School.
Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and staff for this incredible opportunity to serve as assistant principal at Horizon High School. I also want to thank Mr. Martinez and Ms. Chang from high school office for their support. I especially want to thank my principal, Mr. Jackson, for entrusting me with this role and for this exciting new opportunity. Throughout my career, I've been fortunate to learn from so many exceptional leaders, and I especially want to thank Derek Fontaine, Dr. Vituli, Dennis Gonzalez, Dina Tolbert, and Alex Stubenbort for taking a chance on me and giving their guidance over the years. I also want to acknowledge Krista Field, with whom I've had the privilege of working closely with in my previous position. Krista, your openness and trust was instrumental in the impact and growth we achieved in biology. I am deeply grateful for our collaboration. And finally, I want to thank my amazing husband. He's been my biggest cheerleader and my steady anchor on this journey, celebrating our highs and offering encouragement during my challenges as I've embraced new opportunities. I'm so excited to be a Hawk and dedicated to supporting our students and staff, as well as the high school office. Thank you.
Nancy Soto is going to be the new assistant principal at Roberto Clemente Middle School.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Armbruster, Dr. Friesler, Principal Leader Stanky, and Principal Dr. Nicole Villaverde for this opportunity to serve at Roberto Clemente Middle School as assistant principal. Thank you.
Rachel Vincent de la Cruz is going to be the new assistant principal at Wolf Lake Elementary.
Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and staff for this opportunity to serve at Wolf Lake Elementary School. I'm excited to step in this new role to serve Wolf Lake and the Apopka community. I first want to thank my family, husband Daviel, kids Malachi, Josiah, and Araya. Your love and support has been evident as I transition into this administrative role. I also want to thank my mother, all of my siblings, family, church family, and friends for their continued prayers, encouragement, and support they have provided throughout my educational journey. Thank you to my principal leader, Verano, for this opportunity, and my principal, Tamara Barton, alongside Dr. Brown Cannon, for first recognizing and pushing me to grow within OCPS, first as an instructional coach at Orla Vista Elementary, and now as an assistant principal. Their mentor and leadership, past and present, has supported me in my professional growth. Finally, thank you to the Wolf Lake faculty, students, and families who have welcomed me into the Wolf Lake family as their assistant principal. I am excited to serve as one of your school leaders and look forward to all we will continue to accomplish.
Last but certainly not least, Wendy Wolf is going to be the principal at Frangus Elementary.
Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and staff for this opportunity to serve at Frangus Elementary. Thank you to my Frangus family for welcoming me with open arms. I would like to thank Mrs. Verano and Dr. Jones for their belief in me and their support. Thank you to those who have mentored me on my way. Mrs. Patriarch, our time at Lockhart Elementary was short but impactful. Thank you for teaching me the value of surprising the staff with random acts of appreciation. Miss Barton, I heard you back there somewhere. There she is. I would not be standing here today without you. Your support, membership, mentorship, and friendship have been instrumental in my growth as an administrator. Finally, I want to thank my family. You have been there with me every step of the way and encouraged me to think big and believe in myself. I love you all. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of you. We're so excited.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
I can't remember, do we usually get a picture of all of them? I don't remember doing that, but it's a good idea.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, everyone.
So exciting.
Yeah. Oh, cool. You have to tell me when. See if we have any horror stories about any of my four.
Wait. There's a whole bunch of people.
So what years?
What were you doing?
15 to 24.
Big smile again. Hold on. And since you guys said that you had a lot of nice people here, you want to bring them up for a photo? All your friends and family, come on up, kids.
Come on up.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do recognize him now. It's like, why is this thing
We'll also have more seats when they leave. Pick your family.
Tiffany for county commissioner. Yeah.
Just one big OCPS name.
They'll send you a copy. You're working. Good. And if you're in front, you have a favorite spouse, just kneel, just duck. Sorority style, football style. Good. Look happy, look up, and on 3, good, 1, 2, and 3. Look happy again. Let's see how they look. Fantastic. Look super happy. One more. Thank you.
Speaking for
All right, y'all have a good one. Dan? Y'all. Keep walking.
She was my kid's principal at Metro West, and we, then she, came up through the hierarchy as I was coming up through the county commission, and we have stayed such good friends ever since. And I haven't. She wanted to. She wanted to come work for me when I got this position, and I was like, I think she's like a little overqualified for me to ask her to do emails. Yeah. She actually did, but anyway, yeah, I just adore her. Yeah.
The meeting tomorrow starts at
9.
So they're voting on
the LPA is voting on it, which is their. It's like a mandatory advisory board. A state requires it, but yeah, it's their.
Do they take public comment?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think everyone's just naturally taking a break with me. So.
Now it's the portion of our meeting where we usually call on members of the Classroom Teachers Association, the Orange County Association of School Administrators, and representative for the, president of Orange County Educational Support Professionals, which I understand that Mr. Pollard is probably here, but he doesn't have any remarks for us today. So, Mr. Clinton, Mr. Clinton, Mr. McCracken, good to see you. Thank you for your patience today.
Good evening, Chair Jacobs, members of the board, and Dr. Vasquez. Today, across the district, educators are wearing blue as part of Blue for You, a visible show of unity and solidarity. It's more than a color, though. It's a commitment to each other, to our students, and to the power of collective action in this union. Throughout history, there are powerful examples of what's possible when people join together for change. From women's suffrage to civil rights, LGBTQ+ rights, and our very own labor movement and others, progress was made because people stood together and took action. That's what a union is, a collective of people who know that we can accomplish more together than anything that we could do all alone. Our contract is an example of what is possible as a result of that collective strength and action. It's not just a document sitting on a shelf collecting dust. It's a foundation for creating supportive, stable learning environments for our students and respectful professional workplaces for our educators. It helps attract and retain amazing teachers right here in Orange County. If you haven't read it, I invite you to at orangecta.com. And speaking of our teachers, since there won't be another board meeting before then, I want to take a moment to recognize them as the heart and soul of our schools. The first week of May is Teacher Appreciation Week, and I hope everyone here and across the district takes time to truly thank an educator. To every teacher listening or watching, you are making a difference every single day. In big ways and quiet ones, thank you for your dedication, your resilience, and your belief in our students. You're appreciated and you matter. And finally, I have the honor of celebrating something truly special. 25 seniors, students whose parents or guardians are proud CTA members, will be awarded the Howard Fenner Scholarship this year. Since its creation, CTA has given more than $1 million in scholarship funds to Central Florida students, made possible by a small contribution from our members' annual dues each year, just one more way our educators give back. Named after Howard Fenner, a dedicated OCPS science teacher, CTA member, and former CTA president. When he passed in 1966, this scholarship was established in his honor, and every year since, we've continued his legacy by lifting up the next generation. If I could have just a moment more, I would love to read these 25 names. It'll go beyond 3 minutes. So on behalf of all of our members, it's my absolute honor to congratulate this year's recipients: Emma Rapp, Ulysses Daniels III, Mariella Barnes, Ava Broadway, Emily Borkman, Kaylee Belmany, Skylar Venning, Malachi Figueroa, Maya Shank, Diego Weiser, Rosia Bennett, Rosemarie Menard, Allison Rebholz, Adrian Gage, Molly Sousa, Jack Scott, Scott Rinaldi, Matthew Wuthrich, Irene Lewis, Jocelyn Bew, Zaid Abu Khalil, Kyle Arahujo, and I even practiced that one, Arahujo, Sophia Fernandez, Gerard Moss, Lucille Howard. To each of you, our union believes in your potential, your future, and the dreams you're going to turn into reality. We are so proud to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. And next, let me call on Ms. Watson, Legislative Chair of the Orange County Association. There you are. How are you? I didn't see you.
I'm
over
well,
there.
thank
You
you.
were hiding over there?
I was hiding right here the whole
time.
Good evening, Chair Jacobs, Superintendent Vasquez, and OCPS staff. My name is Becky Watson. I'm the newly recruited OCASA Legislative Chair and the very proud principal of East River High School. I want to take just a few minutes to give a summary of recent OCASA visits to both Tallahassee and Washington, D.C. I was privileged to be able to be one of several school administrators that visited Tallahassee, and then I was able to go to Washington, D.C. as well. During the Tallahassee visits, OCASA members, along with Mr. Marquise McMiller, Dr. Anna Diaz, and other representatives, we were able to visit with state representatives and talk about current legislative platforms, including school start times, student funding, and professional development for administrators. Tallahassee was my first visit like that, and I tag teamed with about a dozen people as we went around and visited all of the members. And then in Washington, D.C., it was Mr. McMiller, Dr. Diaz, and myself. We called ourselves the Triple Threat. At the Council of Great City Schools legislative session, Orange County Public Schools was the only district to have a current school administrator there attending, so I felt very privileged to be able to do that, and it made other districts take note of that strategy as well. Over 2.5 days, the three of us visited in the office of every member of Congress for the state of Florida, both House and Senate. We walked 9 miles through those halls. Mr. McMiller prepared us with the statistics and history. Dr. Diaz spoke on behalf of administrators and also with her tremendous knowledge in ESE. And I got to tell a few stories about students. Our platform was and still is that funding for education should be bipartisan. We expressed that if reforms are happening at the federal level, instead of cutting funding, reallocate the funding to IDEA and to Title I to help our students who need it the most. I was able to tell them stories such as about a 17-year-old student at my school who needs and receives an enormous amount of support, but after all these years for the first time is learning to read. And I was also letting them know that without that funding, she wouldn't have the support that she needs and she deserves in order to achieve at that level. Or another story about how cutting Title I funding would hurt a 17-year-old unaccompanied homeless youth who lives in a shipping container and sometimes sleeps on others' couches. But through Title I, generous donors, and my husband, Terry Watson, who's here tonight, who always says yes, that we can get something for them, we've been able to get him an ID, bike, clothes, and shoes. And once we've met his basic needs, he had the confidence to get completely graduation ready. He now has early release and he has a job, and he is working so tirelessly to change his own circumstances, and we believe that he will because of that. And so I promise you there won't be a dry eye in the house when he walks across the stage in just a few short weeks. So I had the easy job on these visits, representing the hundreds of administrators who have thousands of stories about how our schools serve the students of Orange County Public Schools, and we wanted them to know that children cannot and should not be part of our politics, and to completely continue to fund education at the levels even higher than they do now. Thank you so much for allowing me to represent.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Watson. All right, Mr. Palmerini, do we have anyone who's come to speak to the board on anything on the consent agenda?
So we have one speaker who has come to speak on the consent agenda. It's a personnel matter, and typically when they do that, we move that to non-consent.
Okay, yes.
So if that's going to be the case, and they signed up after you all voted on the agenda.
After we voted on the
Yes.
agenda? Okay, so we need a motion.
You need a motion to move personnel item involving employee CC to item 17.04.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? Motion by Member Gallo, seconded by Member Vanos. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. So we can then take up the remainder of the consent agenda. No other no speakers on the consent agenda. Is there, Member Gallo, before I call for a motion, you have something on the consent agenda, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention there is something on the consent agenda in procurement, and it's related to promotional items. And I've had conversations with Dr. Williams and Dr. Vasquez, and the amount of money that's allotted is like $700,000, but that also includes grants, and it's for every single school, including CTE. A lot of it is going to CTE, so that is just an amount that we have to approve in case it goes up that high. We have not spent that much money to date, and with the current budget allocations, we probably won't reach that. But I just wanted to go on record stating, I just want the public to know, as a board, we do look at all of the procurement. It is important to us because we know we're making some very hard decisions when it relates to budgets of the school district. And so I just wanted to put that out there in case there was any questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. With that, I'll entertain, I'm sorry, Member Farrant?
I just wanted to speak up about two that also concern me, that I just wanted to bring. First of all, we had, I know, a lot of questions from the media and such with 4.01, where we would be gathering an outside agency to help us to bring in students who have left the district. And so just wanting to let the public know that this is something that we've all looked into. It's something that we would be doing for a year is the current commitment, and something that, personally as a school board member, I'll be looking very closely at this to see, does this actually help our district? Is it something that will, align with what we would like to see, and will it help bring in those funds to help our students? The only other one I wanted to bring up was 8.03. It's the adoption of the ELA, personal finance and money management. I just wanted to see if we could suggest, is there a way that we could be presented with the materials maybe prior or at this type of meeting? Because I know today is the sort of like public comment time, like a public hearing, but yet we're not really receiving any information on which curriculum was chosen. I do know that it is all state curriculum. It's been vetted by the state, but what did we choose? Why did we choose it? What does that look like? The personal finance, any of those, and just kind of see what it is, and makes it more transparent, helps our community know, like, this is the standard that that we wanted to get for the curriculum.
Okay, so let me just ask one clarifying question. Are you wanting that information ahead of time so the board can review it, or do you want to make it somehow available for the public or both?
I think that as when we're adopting curriculum that's going to be for 5 years, so I feel that the board should have the information prior to a meeting, and then at this meeting, so this is more like the public hearing where the public could come and speak to it. At this meeting, we would be presented the material. Somebody could come and present. It doesn't have to be super long, but just kind of explaining why the committee chose this, and how this is going to help. I think it's not necessarily that we're opposed to any of the curriculum, but it just kind of creates transparency and helps the public understand what is being presented.
I hear you. Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to speak on all three. First, to Board Member Gallo's point, the school board has to authorize expenditures, and those expenditures have limits that are brought to the board. In the case of the promotional items, any dollars that are used to purchase items, and in this case promotional items, are part of the approval process. So if you are a parent of a cheerleader, we had several cheerleading teams today, and let's say you wrote a check for uniforms, or you wrote a check for pom-poms, or anything that has to do with the internal accounts, that's included in this appropriation of dollars. It also includes anything that's being purchased out of grants. So for example, the uniforms that our food and nutrition workers wear that have the logo, those are part of this purchase, and those come from dollars specifically allocated through F&S. And so I want people to understand that the amount of general dollars that are used for this are minimal. A second, CASA K-12 is a company that has been used by several districts to try and bring back students that have left Orange County Public School. And what I need to make sure everyone understands is that what we are paying for that service, if they are able to bring back any student and they register and remain in our school for 30 days or more, is a portion of the FTE that is generated by that student. So it's not costing us additional money, it's costing us a portion of the funding that they do generate. And the third part related to curriculum and instruction, we do advertise the meetings so that the public is aware. The teachers and parents are part of the textbook adoption process. What we can do for these particular items and then moving forward is that we can schedule individual board meeting members with board members so they can have a better understanding, and we will also make sure that the time that those materials are available and they're being reviewed, we advertise through social media. But Board Member Ferrand is accurate in stating that the state selects the resources. They have already been vetted, that they are aligned to the standards, that they meet the guidelines that the state has provided, and then districts are able to select from that list what best meets their needs. So for example, we have a large number of second language learners. So teachers may want to pick the resource that has strategies and resources for second language learners. Maybe there's a district that, is much smaller. We are the 4th largest in the state, 8th largest in the country, but there are some districts that are very small. They may not have a lot of personnel, and they may want to look at one of the resources that has a lot of professional development as part of the purchase, because they do not have enough staff to be able to provide the PD for the teachers. And so any material that's on the state adopted list already has been fully vetted at that state level. So if that pleases the board, we can reach out and schedule those individual meetings, and that way you are more aware than what is part of the agenda.
All right, thank you. If there aren't any further questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion by Member Ferrand.
Second.
Second by Member Salamanca. Yes. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, so Mr. Palmerini, help me out, because we have just pulled an item, and what number has that become?
That becomes 17.04.
That's what I thought. Okay, so we will take up 17.01 first, and do we have any speakers on 17.01?
No, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. Do board members have any questions about 1701? Dr. Vasquez, do you have anything you would like to add before the board considers action on 1701?
I am going to ask our general counsel, Mr. Palmerini, to give a brief overview so that for those that are not aware how we got here and how we are following our policy, so that then they have the background as the board then has conversations around the two books that have been challenged.
No, hold on.
I'm sorry. We're on 1701.
We're on 1701.
Oh.
So
my apologies.
Go ahead.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Palmerini.
Okay, 17.01, members of the board, if you remember, this was a policy under the Florida Student and School Personnel Religious Liberties Act. In 2017, that statute was passed. That statute requires us to utilize the State Department of Education's model policy. We had not adopted it because it is required to be adopted. I brought it to you all under policy BG that says this is, I believe, a technical change. We need to adopt it, and this allowed us to bypass the policy-making process, especially since we have no discretion as to what the policy will say. We have to adopt and implement the model policy. So it was brought to our attention that we hadn't adopted it. We needed to get it adopted. That's why I brought it through this process. So we need action tonight to adopt it.
All right, thank you. So we're poised to take action on that. Is there a motion to approve the policy that we have no choice but to approve anyway? Member Ferrand? All right, we have a motion by Member Ferrand. Is there a second? Second by Member Douglas. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries with all members present except for the Vice Chair, who has stepped away for just a moment. All right, we will take up item 1702. And Mr. Palmerini, do we have speakers on 1702?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair, have speakers on 17.02. In fact, I believe we have at least 4 speakers, and there's a 5th speaker by the name of Scott Cahill, and the subject that he said he was speaking on was Scott Cahill. So if he's here, I need to know if he's speaking on. He stepped out? Okay. Okay. All right. If he's here, if he's speaking on these policies, then I'll take them in order.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And because we have two items we're taking up, 2 different books, I'm assuming that we probably have speakers that want to speak independently to each book. So we are right now on 1702, which is the book And They Lived. So we'll take speakers that want to speak to that, and we'll take that hearing separately from the next.
I don't disagree with you, Madam Chair. When they've signed up, they've listed themselves as both 17.02 and 17.03.
Right.
So we can have them speak to both books,
Well,
or we can.
I think it would be more appropriate for us to take one hearing at a
That's
time
fine.
because
No problem.
the positions could be different, the situations. So everybody who signed up for 1702, if you will take those in the order that you have them.
Yes, ma'am. First speaker is Stefana Farrell.
And as Ms. Farrell's coming forward, Mr. Palmerini, I know you're going to go through some procedural questions with the board, but it occurs to me that it might be helpful for the public also to know how we got here and what that process is. So it'll just take a minute. Are you okay, Ms. Farrell?
Can you clarify which book is first?
And They Lived?
And They Lived.
Okay, thank you.
That'll give you a moment to, okay, Mr. Palmerini, just because I'm not sure if everybody knows the process that has gone through to get us to this point.
All right, so I'm going to go over both books combined just so we don't have the repetition. So this process is governed by a couple things. First, it's Florida Statute 1006-28, and the other School Board Policy IJL. And so 1006-28 says the school board must adopt a policy regarding an objection by a parent or a resident of the county to use of specific material which clearly describes a process to handle the objections and provides for a resolution. And as part of that, the process must provide a parent or resident the opportunity to proffer evidence to the district school board that A, material that's in a classroom library is pornographic or prohibited under Section 847.012 Florida statutes. 2, depicts or describes sexual conduct as defined in 847.001 subsection 19, unless such materials for a course required under Florida State Board of Education rule. 3, is not suited for the student's needs and their ability to comprehend the material presented. Or 4, is inappropriate for the grade level and age group for which the material is used. So under the statute, when we get a challenge that the book is pornographic, prohibited under Section 847.012, or contains sexual conduct, the book has to be removed from the shelves within 5 days, pending a final decision of going through the challenge process. If the book is found to be pornographic or prohibited by the school board under, or pornographic or prohibited under section 847.012 by the board, it has to be removed from the shelf. If the book is found by the school board to depict or describe sexual conduct, it's not suited for the students' needs and their ability to comprehend the materials presented, or is inappropriate for any grade level or age group for which the material is used, it must be removed for, quote, any grade level or age group for which such use is inappropriate or unsuitable. So that's the statute. Now it's our policy, IJL. Under subsection 2C of that policy, any request for reconsideration of media center materials or other reading materials which alleges that the material is pornographic, harmful to minors, or obscene shall be immediately forwarded to the District Literacy Council for review and decision, and the decision of the District Literacy Council applies district-wide. Now, the two books that we have here tonight, And They Lived and Last Night at the Telegraph Club, the challengers challenged the book and alleged that the book is pornographic, prohibited under section 847.012, and it contains sexual conduct. So under the statute, we had to remove the book during the pendency of the challenge, both books, and we did. And when we removed the books, we sent that directly to the District Literacy Council for review. And so with respect to And They Live, the District Literacy Council met on February 24th, 2025, and it found as follows. The District Literacy Council convened to review And They Live by Stephen Salvatore on February 24th, 2025. The council discussed the book's positive overarching themes, including self-acceptance, stable friendships, coming-of-age narrative, and positive relationship with students. The council noted that while the book includes sexual content, it is carefully and tastefully written so as to not cross the line. The District Literacy Council voted to retain the book but restrict access to students in grades 11 and 12 only. Now, with respect to Last Night at the Telegraph Club, the District Literacy Council met on February 26, and it found as follows. The District Literacy Council convened to review Last Night at the Telegraph Club by Belinda Lowe on February 26, 2025. Last Night at the Telegraph Club is a coming-of-age story told from the perspective of a 17-year-old Asian girl in the 1950s, navigating friendships and fearfulness, her family's immigrant experience, finding where she belongs within her friend group and family, and discovering her identity. The District Literacy Council voted to retain the book but restrict it to grades 9 through 12. Under your policy, once the District Literacy Council rendered its decision on both of those books, the challenger had the ability to appeal the decision to the school board. Section 6B of your policy, IJL, states, the board shall review the challenge material and the District Literacy Council let me try that again, excuse me, sorry. The board shall review the challenge material, the recommendation from the District Literacy Council, and render the final decision on the originally filed request for reconsideration of media center materials or other reading materials at a properly noticed, regularly scheduled board meeting. That's why we're here tonight. Your policy requires us, the board, to make a final decision. I gave you a memorandum on this last week. I went through exhaustively reviewing the case law and applying it, the decisions, and my view was it did not violate any of the statutory bases required for removal. Now, my legal analysis is just that, my legal analysis. It's up to the board whether you all want to remove it or not, regardless of my legal analysis on the question. Under section 100628 2A1, each district school board is responsible for the content of all instructional material and any other material used in a classroom, made available in a school or classroom library, or included in a reading list, whether adopted or purchased from the state adopted instructional material list, adopted and purchased through a district instructional materials program, or otherwise purchased or made available. So you all have the final decision on that, regardless of my legal analysis on the question. I reflected that in my memorandum. It is up to you all to make the decision on that, but it's my legal opinion that it doesn't meet the legal requirements for removal. So where we are procedurally, probably a two-step process here that I would suggest, and the board's free to take this suggestion or not. One, you have decisions from the District Literacy Council. You all can take the decision of the District Literacy Council and decide whether or not you want to uphold it. If you uphold it and say you're good with the decision of the District Literacy Council, at that point, the matter's decided. You don't have to go any further, and you can, and that would be the end of the process, in my view. You all could decide that you're not upholding the decision of the District Literacy Council. And if you do that, you can decide whether the book should be limited further than recommended by the District Literacy Council. Remember, with And They Lived, it was limited to grades 11 and 12. You could further limit it. And with respect to Last Night at the Telegraph Club, it's grades 9 through 12, and you could further limit it to that. Or you could decide to remove it from the shelf altogether. So that's the procedural process. That's how I recommend that you all decide the questions. And I'm happy to answer any questions you all have.
I don't see anybody wanting to be recognized. For me, I think that was very clear, as clear as it can be. Okay, Ms. Farrell, you're recognized.
All right, my name's Stefana Farrell. I am a parent of 2 students in zip code 34787. I am an OCS parent. I'm here to respectfully urge you to uphold the committee's decision to retain And They Live for students in their junior and senior year of high school. At its heart, And They Live is a coming-of-age story, one that explores themes like identity, vulnerability, and learning to live authentically. These are universal struggles for many young people, and the book approaches them with honesty, heart, and hope. The review committee already did a thoughtful, thorough work of evaluating this book. They affirmed its literary merit and relevance to students. Overriding that process would send a troubling message that this community cannot be trusted to make such calls without government intervention. With HB 1539 moving through the House, I've heard elected officials seeking to remove our right to define age-appropriate standards for our communities. They state that we aren't banning books in Florida. Well, if my teen has a desire to read this book, my permission to access it, and educators that know they are capable of comprehending the material, and it fits all the qualifiers for protected speech, denying them access to this book because the law requires prohibition is the definition of a book ban. Our libraries should be places where every student can find pieces of themselves and where every student can learn about the experiences of others. And They Lived belongs on those shelves. Thank you for considering this, and thank you for supporting the rights of all students and parents in Orange County.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. Our next speaker?
Your next speaker is Crystal Cassidy.
Ms. Cassidy? Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome, members, or actually, thank you for allowing me to stand up here. My name is Crystal Cassidy. I'm a member, or actually a resident of Orange County. Thank you for that.
Welcome, as a little better.
And I actually have a question for the members of the audience. If you are in opposition of these books, specifically As They Lived, do you mind standing up for me?
Miss Cassidy.
I just want the
Ms.
members
Cassidy,
to see that there is
I understand.
support
Thank you
tonight,
for
though, that will not be speaking.
Ms. Cassidy, I'm sorry.
yes.
I'll stop your time. I don't mean to interrupt
No,
or
it's
take
okay.
any of your time. I do usually start the meetings talking about the decorum and how we conduct ourselves. And I do appreciate all you being here and standing up. What I'd ask of everybody moving forward is, one, we ask for that there's no clapping, cheering, or anything that interrupts. And I appreciate none of you all did that. But if you could honor this request, show a simple show of a thumbs up, and we are looking, so we will get that, or thumbs down would help, and then everybody behind you can see.
Of course.
Okay? But we definitely want to know who's here to support you, and I apologize for interrupting and not explaining that ahead of
I
time.
apologize in the same respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cassidy.
Like I was saying, when I was here last October, I spoke once, and I made mention that I am a member of the church in Orange County, and we, as the body of Christ, are standing up for our children. We're declaring that the Lord's righteousness and justice will reign supreme in Orange County. So as residents, as parents, we want to 100% oppose this book staying in our school board or in our schools at OCPS. It's very disappointing to hear that Mr. Pomerini is not saying that this material should be taken off of our shelves. You know, when you've got words that say, I want Jack not to laugh at my Redbird underwear as I slip off my shorts. I cover my crotch with one hand, half out of fear that I'll pop a boner, and half because I'm worried that he'll judge the size of my bulge. And also, now I'm picturing him jerking off, and dear God, I have to stop because I'm getting a boner in Jack's shorts. I just don't understand how this is appropriate material for our children that are in our schools. You know, we've seen books that are even in middle schools. We've got children that are as young as 10 in our middle schools, children that haven't even hit puberty yet. I just don't understand how this is appropriate for our children. Now, if parents want to check these books out at the public library or order them on Amazon, that's on the parent, to each his own. But I don't believe that we should have these books available for every single student in the county. So I am asking you tonight, please, please, please reconsider this book on our shelves. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cassidy. Thank you all for, I know it's hard not to clap, but thank you. Okay, next speaker.
Your next speaker is Scott Cahill.
Mr. Cahill? Did I get that name right?
No, you did.
Scott Cahill? Okay, next speaker.
Next speaker is Kelly McMillan.
Ms. McMillan,
Thank
I'll
you.
try to raise a podium. It's not very responsive, but I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Just-
no, it's okay.
I'm
You
trying to
good?
raise the podium. It like.
You want me to do it? Do I do it?
Oh, you probably can. I think it'll be more responsive
Thanks.
to you than to me.
Yeah, I'm a
I don't
little
know why.
taller than my friend Chris.
Thank you. Anyway, welcome, Ms. McMillan.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to thank you, Ms. Chair, for your thoughtful comments. Last time I was here, you know, we talked a lot about the book challenges that have been going on. And you really challenged the board to say there's got to be a better way to do this. I mean, I've actually, you know, Stefana, I know you talk about book banning, but these literacy council meetings, I went to both of them, and the comments that are made are just extremely disturbing, you know, to the point where one person had said, this is better than them looking up porn on the internet. That's not our place. This is a place of education. They can go to the public library, they can go to Barnes & Noble and get whatever book they want. But for our education system, we have a duty to keep them safe and to keep them pure. And this book about adult men having sex, I disrespect, no disrespect, but I disagree, because they're having sex as adult males. And they're explicitly, as she read, talking about that. And for our minors, you know, I'm grateful they decided to restrict it to only 11th and 12th graders, but that's still minors. You could have someone who's 14 and 15 years old who's extremely smart and reads a lot, and they could get access to this book. And so I just don't think that minors need to be reading about adult men or women or heterosexual people having sex. It's just inappropriate. So we're not trying to ban books. We're not trying to restrict or go back to the 1950s, Mrs. Salamanca. We're just trying to just focus on education. Let's focus so that they can read, that they want to read, and they have safe options to have at their disposal. So I do want to, I think Allison's still here. I've watched her do these literacy council meetings. She does a phenomenal job. She is incredibly busy. I know, Mrs. Salamanca, you said that, you know, kids don't even read, and this isn't a big deal, and no one's brought you any book challenges. I would ask you, go onto the website, go onto OCPS website, and see how many she's having to do, how many of these meetings Allison's having to have, because we're finding that people are concerned. They're finding these books, they are bringing them forward, they are challenging them, and there's proof. You can roll your eyes, you can look the other way, all that you want, but all you have to do is go to ocps.net, go under the media challenges, and you will see an extensive list that Allison is having to sort through with these literacy council meetings that take an incredible amount of time. Ms. Chair, you are absolutely right. There has got to be a better way. There are many resources. There is a way. It's not millions of books, but there are several titles that need to be taken out. And They Lived is one of those titles, and The Last Night at the Telegraph. So thank you for your thoughtful comments. Thank you for allowing us to be here. And thank you, Allison, for all the work that you've done. I'm just really hopeful that this has got to be enough at this point. We can't keep going around and wasting our time doing this. Let's just get the inappropriate books out, focus on education, and enough with the sex in the schools. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Millie. Do we have any more speakers? I know you said 4, and one gentleman was not here. So do we have anyone else?
And we had one more that declined, or that withdrew their request to speak. So this, Miss Amador?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I've never done this before. I've
Okay.
never been here before. And let me get the shakes off, like 5 seconds, and then I'll talk. So it was really a pleasure to watch everything up until now and to be a part of this. And I know it's probably, for each and every one of you here, it's probably been a journey to get here. And as to be respectful of you and your journey to get here and the intelligence and the education and the wisdom that it took and the care, right, that it took for you guys to want to do the job of a civil servant. So as a mother of a 16-year-old who goes to University High School, which is a high school I went to, who has my same pediatrician, and we have a small town feel in a very big city. And so, I don't know why I'm shaking because I'm totally
we're
nervous.
all just humans up here.
I'm so about all this type of stuff. And I don't think I can read the words myself because it offends me as a 8-year-old woman. And so I'm definitely not a junior or a senior. I'm a grown woman, and I don't want to read these out loud. So I don't know if just saying that has the impact that it needs to have, because myself, who's 20 years older than the people that this is approved for and legal, doesn't want to read this out loud in front of a room of adults. And so maybe just that is enough for you to understand that the gut-wrenching feeling it is to just skim through these pages. I need my glasses. The gut-wrenching feeling it is for me to just swallow up a sentence of this book. And you know what? I'm an author. I write poetry, I write books, I get artistic creativity, and I am a Christian, but I'm also a rational, logical, intelligent, educated person. And taking religion out of the picture, which is almost impossible to do because of the creator of the universe and that creation screams of his existence, taking that out of the picture for just a second and respecting you as individuals with brains and wisdom and intelligence, please don't do this to our kids. Please give them an option to reach legal adulthood when they can buy cigarettes and alcohol and porn. Let them do that when they reach the age that you allow them to smoke cigarettes and you allow them to buy vapes and you allow them to walk into a gas station and purchase product like this on their own accord, not for free, in a school where they go to be protected by you, by all the people that you honored earlier, by the coaches, and by us as their parents. So please don't do this, because it's up to you and it's up to us. And thank you for giving me this time, and just thanks for being here, because like parents, they're like, you're gonna screw it up, right? You're gonna mess it up, but you're there. So you guys are gonna make decisions that I'm not gonna agree with, and I'm gonna have a framework of thought that you're not gonna agree with, but we're here. So with that, I end my comment.
All right, thank
So,
you.
thanks so much.
Thank you for being here. And you did really good.
Thanks.
For somebody who's shaken, I shake too, okay?
I know.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'll be there tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll be shaking.
What do you say?
I said I will be at the county commission meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning to talk to them, and I'll be shaking.
Me too.
Okay, go. Okay, we'll shake together.
Yeah. Sorry, thanks.
So I do want to take a moment because what I hear, and I think the understanding of Mr. Palmerini, I understand what you think, and I had to read 9 pages of his legal analysis, and some of it, to be honest, I was like, huh, that's really the legal, but it's not his opinion. It was actually legal analysis and court decisions and even things in the statute and things in the training. So it's not about him just having a position and trying to thrust it upon everybody, although I can see why you would think that. And if you hadn't read this, again, I read this like 3 or 4 times, and there were several moments of, huh? But I'm not, I mean, if I thought he was wrong, he knows. I would be standing up to him with no reservation. But I have to acknowledge that I think that the legal analysis was was spot on. But as he said, the legal analysis is only one part of the decision. And whether something is prohibited legally is one question. And then the next question is, what belongs, what do we think? And it doesn't mean that we're all going to agree with Mr. Palmerini. I'm just telling you, I read it and I think the legal analysis was right. Strange a little bit sometimes, but right. Not you. I don't mean that. I mean, some of the case, I don't know. Huh? Yeah. Okay. So with that, Member Vanos, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone who showed up tonight. Your comments were very enlightening. So I actually read this book in its entirety, and based on my reading of the book and based on the District Literacy Council's recommendation, of which I read through all of the minutes of the meeting, read through the recommendation, and of course, based on our legal counsel's long analysis, which I read and enjoyed, thank you. I move that we accept the District Literacy Council's recommendation to keep this book for grades 11 and 12.
All right, we have a motion. Member Ferrant wants to speak to the matter. We will definitely open it to anybody who wants to speak. There is a motion. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second, which is customary to have a motion and a second, but that does not cut off discussion and debate. So with that, Member Ferrant, you're recognized.
I find it interesting that we want to just rush to this. First of all, definitely read these books in their entirety, and very challenging for me to read these. I've never read books that are, have sexual content in them, and maybe I'm just a crazy 44-year-old that reads clean books, but I don't even read books with cussing in it because I don't like to cuss, and so I don't want to read books that would put those thoughts in my head. But that aside, so I, read the book. But before I did, I went through and just looked up some of the different things in the Florida DOE, Department of Education, the training. And so I hope everybody went through that. I felt like the training was pretty clear. They had a definition of pornography that says, while there is no statutory definition of pornography in the Florida statutes, the Merriam-Webster definition defines it as the depiction of erotic behavior, as in pictures or writing, intended to cause sexual excitement. I don't know about you, but most teenagers, you talk about anything that merely, you could talk about hot dogs at lunch and they get a little crazy. I'm not saying all teenagers, but what I'm saying is what's depicted in this book is, it was from literally from the moment I started reading it. It's just a constant. And honestly, my heart really went out to the main character because he's struggling. Doesn't have a father. His father left. He's struggling with, heading off to college. And so there was stuff in the book that I thought, wow, that, my heart goes out to this kid. He's struggling with a lot. But as I continued to go through the training, which I'd already taken before, but thought I'd just brief myself again and go through it. Again, in the statute 847.012 of Florida statutes, it is an adult may not knowingly distribute to a minor on school property any book, pamphlet, magazine, or printed matter that contains explicit or detailed verbal descriptions or narrative accounts of sexual excitement or sexual conduct, and that is harmful to minors. You guys can debate all you want if it's harmful to minors. But again, at the part of the training, it says error on the side of caution. These are other people's children that we are talking about. And so my question is, would this be okay? So if this is in a library, then we're saying that it's okay for a teacher to do a read out loud in class. I would assume so, because if a book is in the library, you would think that it would be appropriate for the age that it's the grades and that's in the school. And so if this book comes before, maybe a teacher would like to bring this into the classroom and then read it. I can't imagine this being read out loud. Just in the first couple chapters, we're talking about BDSM, and just that whole entire thing is ridiculous. Why we're talking about that? Why? So now kids are going to look up what that means. Chase, who's the main character, on page 21 says, you really need to stop watching bondage porn. So there's talking about porn. Some of this you might be like, oh, not a big deal. No big deal. But later on in the book, I'm going to go to it so it's on page 219. And so they begin to have detailed, literally makes me disgusted that we even have to talk about this. But I feel like clearly after the public is here telling us that this is inappropriate, and Ms. Vanos, for you to just jump in and say, nope, it's great, let's go for it, I feel like this is a rush decision. And so from 219 to 221, it's just detailed about them having oral sex. His upper lip curls into something more than a smile. He's in full control, a titan of a god with power. Dismounting, he lifts my shirt up over my head and tosses it to the ground. Following the trail of dark hair, he stops and lingers, kissing in circles around my belly button. And then it goes on to talk about holy F. Yes, I love this. And now they're having a complete oral sex bash with these two characters. To me, it doesn't matter to me what the two characters are, if they're boys or girls or who they are. The point is, it's detailed descriptions. And then it moves on page 253 to 255. We're now talking about full-on sexual intercourse. The descriptions that happen in this book, it just is, honestly, it took my breath away going, why would anyone purchase this for kids? This was purchased in 2024. This to me goes against our state laws. Why? I think the question really needs to be, why are you so excited to hand this to someone else's kid? Maybe it's okay for your kid. Maybe you feel that this is something that's material that you would be fine with your child reading. But why would any of you up here feel that it's okay to hand to someone else's child without the parent even knowing? I hear a lot about Ms. Farrell comes up and says quite a bit that parents in this district, 90% of parents or more, have opted their child to have full access to libraries. I'll tell you, 99% of parents don't know that this material is in our kids' schools. 99% of parents assume that the school boards, teachers, librarians, media specialists have their best child's interests at heart, who want to protect and defend and maintain their innocence. And I also believe that our state statutes, or maybe not state statutes, but the Florida Department of Education, one of our standards is abstinence. This is an abstinence. And so to me, this is just enticing children. It's giving them, putting those thoughts in their head. And I think it's highly inappropriate. And so my question to each of you would be, I think we need to go one by one. And I'd like to know why you feel it's okay to have in the library, and not just to say that you can see yourself in a book. You can see yourself in a book. This story could have been written without all the cussing. The amount of F words that were in this book were outrageous. without the cussing, without the sexual content. And none of us would be here talking about this.
All right, thank you, Member Farrant. Member Felder.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment and share an experience that I had as a teacher. I had the opportunity to meet Christopher Gardner, who wrote Pursuit of Happiness. And after reading the book, and I also learned from his experience that he was homeless with a 16-month-old child in a stroller. The movie showed that Will Smith played his part and his son played the boy, that he was 5, but that was not the truth. The baby was really 16 months old. And I wanted to read the book because at the time I was teaching at Edgewater, I had students who were homeless. And I wanted them to know that even in some of the darkest stages of your life, you can make it. And he asked me, he said, "Are you reading my book?" I said, "I teach 11th grade honors class." I say, but what I'm doing before I even thought about wanting to teach the book, I sent letters to parents. Because in chapters 5 and 6, it's called Bitches Brew. And what I did, I played a selection of Miles Davis, Bitches Brew. I wanted them to hear the music, all of the confusion of what happens, because in those 2 chapters, Christopher is sodomized. Now, I didn't feel like I had the right to teach parents, children about this without their permission. Of the 5 years I taught that book, of the 5 years, there were no more than 3 parents who did not want me to teach the book to their student. So the alternative book I gave was The Secret Life of Bees. And at the time of discussion, they needed to leave the classroom. I got permission from other teachers so they could sit and read. I had a packet for all of them. My point is, this is a decision that surely cannot be rushed through, but I want you to understand, as a teacher, I did not just take it upon myself to read portions of that book in my class without permission from parents. Now, I did find out that some of the students, I had the book only in class copies, and they had to sign for the time I read them in class, and I collected them but so that no one could take them. But even with all of that planning I did, kids stole the books. And I know what they did. They stole the books so the children who couldn't read it, they'll be able to read. So if a kid wants to read something, they'll find a way. When I was in high school, it was Catcher in the Rye. And the district said we couldn't read it. And my teacher wanted us to read it, said, but we can't read it. So what I did, asked my mom to go to the Atlanta Public Library. She said, why? I said, I'm going to check Catcher in the Rye. But then the school said you can't read it. I said, I know. I said, Mom, I want to read it. Why don't you want me to read it? I went and got the book. My point is, we do need to be careful of what we place in the minds and hearts of children, because whether they're 15, 16, or 2, or 5, or 7, they're vulnerable, and children gravitate. They're like a sponge. If you're the teacher, whatever it is you're teaching, they hang on every word. You know how I know? Because at 68 and being out of teaching after teaching 40-some years, my students still come back and remind me of their experience in my classroom. They never forget it. So we do have to be mindful of what material that we present. Now, my understanding is that parents have the right to say to the media specialist that this is a book that I do not want my child to check out. They have that right. This is a book, and so as a responsible media specialist, and I know we have responsible media specialists, it's like a red line. No, you can't check this book out. And you can't just steal a book, because in all of our media centers, there's a thing, if you do something wrong, baby, that thing go off and they'll catch you. You just don't run and take books. So there is provision, but there are some parents, like the ones that I had, some of my cousins said, well, I don't know how to talk to my child about sodomy, so I'm glad you can do it. And let me tell you something. I had to be very careful because my purpose for teaching that book, not because it was a scene of sodomy, I wanted them to learn that no matter what your situation is, this man was homeless with a 16-month-old baby, and he had 3 brokerage firms, Chicago, San Francisco, and New York. He still made it, and he did his naval training here in Orlando when we had a naval base that's now, the place out there now off of East Colonia, that area. So I wanted them to know that you can make it. And during the time I taught that book, the valedictorian of Edgewater was homeless. We didn't know it. We didn't find out till the week before graduation that he was homeless. So a student like that, he could be encouraged to know that even I have extenuating circumstances, I can still make it. However, as a Christian, as a practicing Christian, I do understand that there is some language in that book and some scenes that are disturbing. But as a parent, you have the right to decide, no, you can't check that book out. And it's the home training. Your children, you ought to have them under enough control to know you can't bring that book home. You can't read that book. But then I know some kids, they just do their thing. But I do understand the passion of the parents that are here and community members about not giving them easy access. Because the book, this is very, there's a lot going on in this book. There's a lot going on. And I understand, your thoughts, but I just want you to understand that when I think about McCarthyism, I was born in 1956, how they just banned everything. And I think about as an American of African descent, black African descent, how America was so suspicious of everything. And we couldn't do this, we couldn't do that. It reminds me of the control mechanism that America practiced on black people in the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, and the 60s. However, in 2025, I do understand that we want to practice the free right. But as a Christian, I do have some concerns about the literature in the book. But I also understand and support the artistic freedom and value that we have as writers. And I just wanted to let you know that this is subject matter that, no, we can't rush through it. It needs to be thoroughly discussed. But I wanted to try to present both sides of the question because I didn't have any issues with the parents that wanted me to teach Pursuit of Happiness. And those students whose parents told me no, I had a fresh alternative, The Secret Life of Bees. They were able to read that, and I was able to discuss that with them. So I just wanted to share that with you all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm up next, but before I comment on this, I need to take the pulse on the board. We actually have time limits on board members speaking, and I didn't enforce that time limit when Member Ferrant was speaking, so I didn't enforce it. Yeah, but I do want to find out from the board, and we have it for a good reason, because all of us can go on and on. So that I'm not prejudiced in who we're enforcing this with.
No, I think it's good to have
A time limit? Okay. And we haven't used it in quite some time because we haven't needed it. So I don't think either board member was intending to exceed it. So help me out. How long was that time limit? Was it 5 minutes? That's what I thought. 5 minutes is a lot of time. Okay. So I'm up next. And I read both books, and I found value in both books. And what what troubles me about this is I think that the books could have had every bit as much value without graphic detail, and frankly, without F-bombs dropped right and left. And I'm not sure if it's a generational thing, and I read a lot of books. And I get the point when I'm reading a book that if there's, an emotional relationship, I get the point if there's an intimate relationship, but I'm not reading specific details, and I'm not really comfortable reading the specific details, but I still get the point. And so I get frustrated because I feel like if authors want our kids to be able to read the books because they think there's value in the messages, I sure wish that they could offer a PG version. And it's possible to do that. But at the same time, I recognize I can't control authors. So I don't know. Is anybody out there writing this material without it tripping for some of us a line? And I have such respect for my fellow board members here, and we rarely disagree. But I know as a parent, I would not have thought for a million years that the books and the stuff that I'm reading, I never questioned it because I never thought that that kind of material would be in the library. And I think I just had confidence that what was acceptable to me was kind of the norm. And maybe it was then, and maybe it's not now. And like I said, maybe it's my age. My kids aren't, when I discuss this with them, they're like, no, that's not public library, school library material. So I read, as I said, Mr. Palmerini's legal analysis. Like I said, I was really surprised at where the courts had come down on things. And so I accept that it might not be banned, but I'm just not. I also talked to the superintendent, parents have an option, but I don't think the fact that not very many parents are exercising that option is indicative of they know it's in the books and they're good with it. I honestly think it's more that they're like I was, that I didn't. And you all have heard it, and I'm sorry for bringing it up again, but this is my real world situation when my son came home in middle school and plopped a book down. First time he'd ever plopped a book down. As far as I knew, he never checked any books out of the library. I don't think most kids do. But he plops a book down, and it's banned book week, and this is his book. So, of course, I'm curious. I start reading it, and it wasn't sexual content. It was a serial killer who was hunting down and torturing kids that had bullied him, and it was right after Columbine, and it really disturbed me. And I was, quite frankly, angry and disgusted that the librarian would have that on the shelf, especially in the environment. But what I went through to try to get that off was crazy. And so, again, if it hadn't been banned book week and he hadn't said that, I would never have known that he was going to read that book. And I don't think it would have altered my son's behavior, but I was concerned that the wrong child might read that book and get a very different idea of what murdering people is like. So it's a different subject, but I still come back to, I think as parents, there's a confidence level that they don't expect that there. And I'm really uncomfortable with using public dollars to put something in the library when I think there's much better quality material. I know, Ms. Farrell, I know how disappointed you are in me, but I also think there are other places that you can obtain that material. So I really struggle with this. I just spoke to the superintendent before coming here. I'm out of minutes, and when I cycle back through, I'll collect my thoughts and try to be more articulate. Member Gallo, I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate everybody's comments tonight, including those that are still here 3 3 hours after we start our meeting. We appreciate your patience as we address this issue. A couple of things. I would argue that our parents do have an understanding that there may be inappropriate books. We've sent out letters. Last time we were here, Member Front asked us to send out a letter to all parents stating that there could be, as we work through the process, there could be books that you as a parent may find inappropriate. And if that's the case, then they have the opportunity to opt out and put levels of what their child has access to. So I want to be very clear that we've been on record and we have done everything that we can to notify parents as we work through this process, because we have millions of books. And we've just gotten through the classroom libraries. We haven't vetted every single book in every single one of our media centers, which is probably why we are now seeing more challenges come before us that we'll handle individually. I read the book in its entirety. From literally content, like I can see someone who is struggling finding solace in this book. I mean, there's nothing, when you're able to read about something that you identify in a book that you don't think others understand, I think that's powerful and I think it has meaning. Could this book have been written without some of the detail that they went into? I agree, absolutely. There was another book that we did remove that I thought had literary content and it was valuable to a student, but it was just something that was too vulgar to have in our media center, and we did remove it. So I recognize that a couple of pages in this book might be offensive to some. Parents do have the option to opt out. I agree with we have a process and a policy in place for a reason. Our district followed that policy. They got a group of people together. They collectively read the book. Their recommendation to the board was we retain this for 11th and 12th graders only. I respect our district literacy council. I respect the opinion of our general counsel, Mr. Pomerini. And for those of you who have not interacted with Mr. Pomerini a lot, he is extremely conservative when it comes to protecting this board and making sure that we don't do anything that we shouldn't be doing. So if he's up here and he's telling me as a board member that this book doesn't cut the muster, in his legal opinion, I believe him and I trust him. And so for those reasons, I will be supporting the District Literacies Council to uphold this book.
All right, thank you, Member Gallo. Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. This is difficult because I agree with what Member Gallo said, that and what Chair Jacobs said, that I think that this book could have been written without some of the sexual details that were in it. With that being said, and I was not particularly comfortable reading them either. I'm not a 18, 17-year-old teenager that might not have any family that they can discuss sexual things with, that might be struggling with my identity and might be going through body image dysphoria and eating disorders and all those things, right? That would make a teenager want to be interested in reading this book. That's not me. So that was part of the reason why I probably wasn't as interested as some of those kids might be. And that, I think, is what's really key here. I understand the concern, I really do. But when I read this whole book, what I walked away with after, those few pages, this book is a pretty big read. I mean, it's almost 400 pages. There was literally 4 pages out of that 400 that had, from what I can recall, off the top of my head, I didn't chart it or anything, but that had actual sex acts, what you could say. But what I pulled away from this book was so much more than that. And maybe it has to do with being around teenagers that I hear going through a lot of this stuff. Maybe it happens to be that my daughter has a lot of friends that are struggling with a lot of these things, and I overhear a lot of their conversations. And she has friends that are literally have parents in jail and are living with other family members, and they have no one to talk to. So if they pick up a book where the mother in the book is saying to her son in here, which I had to literally read it twice because I thought it was so moving what the mother said to the son towards the end, because he had a really bad relationship with his father through the whole book. And she said something to him, oh gosh, now I can't even find which one it was. She says to him that you're an adult now. You know, he just left, went to college. You're an adult now, and you can't like define your life by what other people say to you. You have to become your own person now. And then he goes through these therapy sessions at the end because he's dealing with severe eating disorder, and he's talking about all the thoughts in his head, and how at one point he really does feel like he would be better off dead. And the therapist is talking him through these feelings and how, you know, how to deal with it. And some of the things the therapist says to him, all these things that are in this book towards the end, how this resolves itself and the growth that this character makes. And the same thing with the other character, the same thing. They go through this he comes from a family that was making very horrible remarks about LGBTQ people before he came out. And, you know, but then it ends up being a beautiful thing where the father says, if it's a God that feels this way about my son, then he's no God of mine, or something to that effect. Like what the whole thing was, that the father accepted his son at the end for who he was. Anyway, it ends up being a beautiful story. That was my whole point. There are children in our care that, you know, that they're looking for solace somewhere, right? And so these types of literature, that's why I think these books are written, is, you know, and when you read the story about the author, these were things he went through. So I think that's where the value in this is. I also believe that we do have a policy that we are standing by. We have a literacy council that read it and gave their decision. It's juniors and seniors, 17 and 18-year-olds. They can go to a rated R movie at 17. I don't think that this is inappropriate for that. For that age group. So I will be voting to uphold the district literacy decision.
Thank you, Member Burt. Sorry, I spelled it wrong. No, I appreciate your comment. I really do. Member Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for being here today. And Member Front and I might not agree on many things, but I deeply respect her. And when we're up here talking about these topics, I really try to understand both sides. And I think there's pieces of all of the arguments that we have and make here that align under a similar value of we care about kids and we care about having a society and a community that has healthy kids and kids that have self-worth and who have happy lives and who have families or a community that supports them. So I think we share that value up in this board, across the board. I don't think we would be able to have these types of conversations and with such kind of okay, if you look at school boards across the country, this is not the relationship folks have, not because we agree on everything, not because we don't have very deeply held beliefs about what we're saying as well. And I was debating not even saying anything and kind of going through just the voting process, because I think there's a part of me that truly believes there's nothing I can say to convince anyone out there that the reason why we're voting isn't because we're evil, because we want to teach kids pornography. And it's just hard. It's just the reality of the political discourse today, that it is really hard to hear each other and to see each other's best intentions. And so what I'm going to say is, in the context of that, I don't ever see Member Farhan as someone that comes with bad intentions and doesn't come from a place of not caring for our children. I actually truly believe that's what drives her every day, and that's why she ran for office, and that's what she shows up every day to do. And I deeply admire her for that, because I think she sticks to her values. So what I'm going to say comes from my values and how I share similar values that just are represented different. And many of that is because I just come from a different life experience. And so it's not because of who I am or my race or my gender. It's just my different outcomes, right? So I'll bring a couple of things. So the CDC, National Survey of Family Growth, every couple of years they do this, talks and did a study across the country. It's not just Florida, it's not just blue states, it's not just red states, but 42% of females and 44% of males ages 15 to 17 are sexually active. 55% experience intercourse before the age of 9th grade. By 8th grade, 50% of adolescents have encountered sexually explicit media through at least one platform that is not a book. And 70% of teens are exposed to online pornography by the age of 16. Those are the facts of what we as school board walk into when we walk into schools. 1 in 5 girls and 1 in 20 boys experience sexual abuse before 18 in this country, and often by someone that they trust. That is not at all what I ever want any child to experience or to go through. That is awful. And what I think about when I think about these books is me getting rid of books that have inappropriate content, because it makes me feel uncomfortable because I grew up in a family that didn't experience this. Or it makes me uncomfortable because, of course, I wouldn't want my kids to have that happen to them. But I cannot just close my eyes and say, if I take these books away, this problem is going to go away. If I believe that these books are the reason kids are learning about sex, that's not what they're learning about sex. Our reading rates in this country, in this district, are not the reading rates that can read these 400-page books. That's not where our kids are learning about sex. That's not where we're being sexualized. And we can talk about society as a whole and this sexualization of children, and I can meet you and share a lot of the values of what's going on in our country when it comes to this. But when I look at what is the purpose of some of these books, and goes to say to Member Burr's thing, 4 pages out of 400, right? And why the courts have said you have to look at the entirety of a book, and these are conservative courts, these are liberal courts. You have to look at the entirety of the court of a book and its wholeness, not just the sex part, because sex is not a standalone thing you learn about and live in life. It is reality that exists in the context of life, of family, of friendships, of people that you trust, of your sexuality, of your identity. And so these books, if we just teach sex in this vacuum of this is what sex is, it detaches from a student's ability to learn how does sex show up in my life if I'm not learning this at home, or if I'm experiencing in a place that isn't comfortable for me because no one's taught me this in a safe environment or not. And so these books, and I'm not defending this book or any other book, but what is the role of sex in books and literature, and why courts have defended the First Amendment is because we live in a pluralistic society of very different people, very different beliefs, and very different lived experiences. And public education is supposed to be this place where students learn to make sense of the world when it comes to math and science and reading. And reading, you make sense of there's all kinds of very uncomfortable things in books for as long as we've had this conversation. And so, yes, I do not advocate for abstinence because I don't believe kids right now are being abstinent. And I do know that 71% of teenage pregnancies are unintended because they don't know about this. Anyways, goes to my point. Thank you all for those that came. I appreciate it. I will not be overriding community, parents, and teachers who voted to keep these books with their students. I don't believe that morality should be mandated. I wouldn't want morality mandated on me. I believe these parents have the right to opt out their kids out of books that they don't want to read. That is absolutely a right. I believe this district has sent out multiple letters saying we're still going through our books. And there is a process. And so I will absolutely not go over the Literacy Council's decision.
Thank you, Member
And thank you for
Salamanca.
proving my point.
We're not doing too good on our 5-minute limit, just for the record. But it's hard. It's hard for me to interrupt because your opinion is very valuable. Each of y'all's opinion is very valuable, and I hate to interrupt. So yeah, maybe we should just. Hey, I'm the only one who started the timer. Now we're going to blow off the timer. No. Okay, Member Vanos.
Okay, I'll stick to my 5 minutes.
We'll see.
We'll see. She knows me.
You did?
I just want to say I really appreciate everybody's comments up here. And I did want to, and I echo a lot of what my fellow board members have said. Chair Jacobs made a point about questioning public money being used for books. And I think, it's important to point out that the amount of public money that we are spending on reviewing these books. If we look at, if we assume it took each board member 6 hours to read each book, and then another 2 hours to read John's long email and and some other notes, that's 112 hours of board member time that was spent on these 2 books that have already been reviewed by our community, by our media specialists, by our teachers, by people whose job it is to review these books. So that is, time is money. And that doesn't include the time that is spent updating the dashboard, the time that is spent posting notices, the time that is spent by our attorneys reviewing everything. And so I think, I just think that's, as we have these book objections and we have more and more this year, I see that is taking time away from what we should be doing in this district, which is focusing on our students' need and their achievement and their mental health, and supporting our teachers and making sure our students are safe and our schools are safe. I also, to respond to another comment, why do I think these books should be in our library? Because our job is we're not talking about books that teachers are teaching in classrooms. We're talking about books that children can access from our school libraries. And it's our job to provide a broad array of books for students because our students are so different and their needs are so different. And it's a parent's job to decide what books are appropriate for their child. And I guess the short of it is, we don't co-parent with parents. That's a parent's job. We offer everything, and then we offer everything within the law, and then the parents decide what is appropriate. It's not my job to co-parent someone else's child to decide what's appropriate for them. And then I'll just close with, a case that was recently decided in 2004. It was Moms for Liberty versus Brevard County Public Schools. And I'll just read 2 sentences of the decision, but the court said, and this was the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals,
The government is ill-equipped in any event to decide what is or is not offensive. Enduring speech that irritates, frustrates, or even offends is a necessary cost of freedom. So I, again, will be voting to uphold the District Literacy Council's recommendation.
All right, thank you. Member Vanos, I think you were way under your time, but thank you. Member Douglas.
Yes, and I just want to also say that I'm a Christian and I believe in Christ. But I also believe that no laws should be telling me or what my children should be reading. It's my choice. These are my kids. Okay, so we, just like Member Vanos said, we need to offer kids an array of books in the library. Now, we have a protocol and a process to go through this. Okay, if your parents don't agree for the kids to read this book, well, they can opt out. Because what we do, we actually put in there what the book is about. It's a choice to say, no, I don't want my child to read that. Okay? But we cannot allow the laws or any other parents to tell me what my child should be reading or not reading. No, that's my choice. So put the books there. We have a protocol, okay? If the school is telling me this book is this, that, and I don't agree, I want to allow my child to read the book, period. That's it, okay? We just need to stick to that, make sure that not the laws, not the federal government, nor the state government is telling us what we need to do with our kids. This is our choice, okay? This is your choice, this is my choice, these are my children. If I want them to read that and I allow you, that's my choice. If you don't want to allow them to read that, that's your choice. But let's keep a freedom here, that these are our children, and nobody should be telling me, just like I shouldn't tell your kids what to read. It's not my business, that's yours, okay? So for this, I will uphold the district literacy.
Thank you, Member Douglas. Member Ferrant.
First, I want to say thank you to each of you for your thoughts. Thank you, Member Salamanca, always for your thoughtfulness. I know it can be very challenging when two people really do hold different beliefs or even like moral values. But at the end of the day, like, you're an incredible person. You've got, you're a heck of a lot smarter than I feel like I am, especially with Excel. But I think, when I sit back and I look at what is being said, I can understand a lot of the points in the sense of, you don't want kids to not have access. And so I don't think anyone here or any parent that I've talked to dozens and dozens of parents, community members, and shared with them about the books and just asked their opinion. And, they all say, well, aren't those available in the public library or on Amazon? And so my point is, trying to think of how to explain this in a way that's like to get it out of my head nicely. It's like, okay, you can, when a child goes into a school whose parent wouldn't really want them to have access to sexually explicit content. It's not that they don't want a child to see themselves, or maybe there's a book about a child who's having their body dysmorphia and they just feel like they're overweight or they're struggling in that sense. I don't think that's not what we're talking about. It's the sexual content. So I want to just always point back to it's always the sexual content. That's always been what my issue is with the book and what others see. But so when a child goes into a library and they check out a book, so like the one we're talking about, and they check this book out, the mom doesn't realize, because when you go into destiny.com, which I'll tell you right now, most people don't even know how to use that, but if you go in there and you happen to know the actual title that your child's looking up or wanting to read, and then you look at it, the description does not say any of the explicit content that's in the book. It only shares kind of just the, seems like a wholesome little book until you start reading it. So when the child gets that, they're now taking that on and they're reading it. There is no way for me as a school board member or a teacher, a librarian, media specialist to remove what they have read out of their mind. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now there's carrying that with them. Now the parent who didn't really want their child to have access to that type of sexual content now has to walk their child through what they've just read, if they even realize that they've read it. However, if we tell parents, we're going to go ahead and remove anything that has sexual content, we're just going to go ahead and remove that out of our public school libraries and any of our classrooms. And if you feel as a parent that you want your child to have access, you can go and get that for them. Okay, so now you as the parent, this is where the we don't co-parent with the government comes from, and I know you two are trying to like throw that back on me, but we don't co-parent with the government in the sense that we're not going to, you as a parent, you're allowed to say, hey, I think that my child should have. They're questioning who they are. They're struggling with this. Let me look it up. I'm going to go find this at the library. I feel like this would be appropriate for them. And so now you go and you hand this to your child. They put this sexual content into their mind, and you can process that with them. Do you see what I'm saying? And so I think we can allow parents to give, but for us to take it away from somebody and now like have them get it out of their minds is very difficult. And to say that these books aren't, going to be read in schools, like we have books that have, one of the books that was challenged, I can't even remember the name of it, but a parent challenged that because her child was in the class at Timber Creek High School. There was 20-some plus accounts of child rape in the book, and it was being read so that children, the students who were going through, they're learning how to be like young educators, like for a preschool age, could understand what to look for when a child is being molested. And so, but then that parent was struggling because her daughter was literally having anxiety. It was causing actual mental health problems for her child. It was content she would never have wanted to have her kid ingest, but because the teacher said, and the teacher was reading it, she thought, well, I have to listen to the teacher. We have to just, again, remember that, it's very difficult to take back what is being put in their minds. And so I guess my question would be, what is the standard? What is the standard? We're just going to allow the content as long as it's just a couple pages. Like what can I go back and tell my district to say this is the standard that we're going to kind of run with? As long as it's okay if there is some sexual content, as long as it's only 4 pages, or there's definitely more than that in this book. But again, that's something I've asked since I was a parent coming here.
Thank you, Member Ferrant. Member Byrd.
Thank you. And I hear what you're saying. I do. But again, you're talking about this model child that has these model parents that are going to go, that have money to go on Amazon and order a book. That would be fantastic. I wish that all of our children had parents like that. First of all, I wish all our children had parents. Second of all, I wish they all had parents like that would do research about books that would be helpful for their child that's questioning. But unfortunately, we don't. They don't. So, that's part of it. And that's part of going to public school, is being around kids that are not in the same situation as you, are not being raised in a, typical nuclear family with a mother and a father at home, a father that goes to work and a mother that stays home and raises the kids, and it's all happy-go-lucky. That's not what public schools are about for the most part. If you send your child to a public school, you know that. And you know that they're going to be going to school with kids that have very disturbing stories to tell and have gone through some horrible, horrible things. So I guess every time I hear the comments about, the parent can do this, the parent can do that, it makes my heart hurt because there's so many babies that don't have anyone to do those things for them. Okay, so that's the first part of my comments about that. Secondly, you can tell constituents that we have a very thorough process and it went through it, and they limited it to 17 and 18-year-olds. They're not allowing children. You keep saying children like there's babies that are going to be reading this. They're not allowing children to check it out. The Literacy Council literally said this is going to be limited to only juniors and seniors in high school, many of whom are going to be going away to college in a year or two and going through many of the things that these characters were talking about. And by the way, these characters were, in college, freshmen in college, and virgins. So this was actually, talking about their first sexual experience, and it was between two people that cared about each other and cared deeply about each other. And beyond the, specifics, I would think that that might be something that a lot of parents would hope for their children, possibly, as opposed to some of the horror stories that kids will tell you are the way that they have encountered their first sexual experience. So, like I said, there was lots of really good things out of that book, and I think limiting it to 17 and 18-year-olds and juniors and seniors in high school is appropriate for that reason. So that's all I wanted to say about it. Oh, and then one more thing, the taxpayer money. Also, the last numbers we got were that this whole thing about books last summer was costing our school district an extra $400,000, I believe, right? The whole, all the review of all the books last summer, the extra staff we had to hire because of these laws with the books.
Yeah, part of that was what our media specialists also were having to do over the summer. I think you're right, but I would want to confirm that.
Pretty sure that was the case. So the amount of money that has been spent of taxpayer dollars reviewing these books, which I would bet there's not very many copies of these books in the district. There's 2 of these, this one, 2 copies in the entire school district. And now how many hours have been taken up by staff members, lawyers, school board members. That's taxpayer money that could be going to many more useful things, addressing the real things that are harming our minors, which, by the way, is the other part of the pornography thing. And the law says it has to also be harmful to minors. These books, these 2 books out of the 23 high schools that we have in our district are not what's harmful to minors. What's harmful to minors are we are one of the leading places for human trafficking, because kids don't know what to look for with people coming after them for these things. Sexual assault by people they trust, hunger, homelessness, guns. There are many other things that are harming our minors. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. It's time to call for the vote. I do have I do have one question. The board asked, I think at the request of Member Ferrand, for the superintendent to send some sort of communication out to parents. I don't know exactly the verbiage on that communication, but I know that Dr. Vasquez followed through with that, and I appreciate that. And I still, honestly, I struggle because one thing that goes through my mind is that the kids who need to see themselves in a book probably need to see themselves in a book because they're not seen at home. And so I do recognize that it's unlikely that a parent is going to say, my child it does not feel the same about themselves and other people as I do, and therefore I'm going to I think there's a disconnect there, and I do struggle with that because I think it's extremely important for our kids to know that they're okay and that they're not alone, and that's extremely important for the mental health. I still struggle with, is there material out there that allows that doesn't have to be so explicit? Because I don't think that's necessary. I don't really think it's helpful, but it may be the only thing there is. I don't know. I understand Ms. Farrell's point very well that she wants to have books available to her kids. Interestingly enough, I did a little research on this, and kids can they can check out any book in the public library they want. There are different sections, but they can check out anything. But I also found it interesting that for minors, their library card is connected to their parents' library card. Therefore, their parents have the ability to know what their children are checking out. So if they are concerned, they have that opportunity. Our parents don't have that right now, and I think that would be probably a technology issue that we might not be able to overcome. I don't think I'm going to be able to go with the majority of the board. I do think this board, quite honestly, is a model for society, honestly, for us to feel very strongly on issues, but still, I mean, Member Salamanca, I don't think anybody could have said it better than you did. That sharing the same deep values, maybe not the same moral, I don't want to call it, but just how we see that, but that we care about our kids and how we go about caring about them and what we think is the best for them. We might disagree on, but we don't disagree on the importance of our kids and looking out for them. It's just what I think is looking out. You don't think is looking out, but that's okay. What's okay is that we're all here trying to do our best. The one thing I did ask the superintendent, and this is not a negotiation ploy because I don't think I can get there, but the idea that parents check off whether their kids have full access or not, my thought is that parents have a lot on their plate, and they're putting their kids in school, and they get a whole lot of information and a lot of stuff to do, and is that on their radar screen? No. Do I think it's important that parents know that there may be material in your children's library that has sexually explicit content? However, the material has been reviewed, and the media specialist has determined that there is value in the material. So something along those lines, which is what we're saying, that's what the district is saying, is that the value outweighs the sexual content, okay? And so if there were, yes, but ideally there isn't a book in the library that's not the opinion. I don't think there should be a book in the library that's just flat out pornography and has no redeeming value whatsoever. So, yeah, so I think that we all agree on. And so if we could make that form that our parents have to check off, if that were something that they actually had to do when they're putting their kids in school, they had to see it and they had to make a choice, like your vaccination records, then I would feel at least a little bit better that it's not something that just went over their heads. And then we're not going to have parents that go, oh my gosh, I didn't see that coming. Yeah, and they could opt in and opt out, but it would be very informed consent, if you will. And I think for me as a parent, I would have felt a lot better if I wouldn't have been in here complaining to us. I didn't see that coming if you told me up front and if I couldn't ignore it. So anyway, that's something I think would be helpful for the board to consider. At this point, I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor of upholding the District Literacy Council, please say aye. Or aye. Aye. Okay. Opposed? Aye. Aye. or no, or whatever. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, so it passes with all, with Member Front and I voting in the opposition. I think that was it, yes? Nay, okay. All right, it passes with Member Ferrant, myself, and Member Felder in the opposition, okay? All right, let's go on to the next hearing, which is the book last night, at the Telegraph Club. I promise I read that book from beginning to end as well. How are you? Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. Okay. I don't think we need to repeat. Mr. Palmerini has laid out the groundwork here. And so let's take our first public speaker. How many do we have?
We still have 5 here.
Okay, wonderful.
Or maybe. So first speaker, Stefana Farrell.
Is who? I'm sorry?
Stefana Farrell.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Ms. Farrell. Welcome back, Ms. Farrell.
Thanks. I've been called out so many times by the board and people in the audience. I feel like I deserve 5 minutes. I will say an opt-out is incredibly, the opt-out that we have now and the fact that 99.8% of parents have not opted out, it's insulting to say that that's not an informed decision. When you go and you fill out all the paperwork, you get the choice to say unlimited or limited, and you make a choice. Some parents that don't make that choice, those students, if you switch to an opt-in, those students will be held back. They will not be able to access the library. And there have been other districts that went with an opt-in, and they ended up with halfway through the school year, still 60% of their kids without access because parents didn't fill out the form. And they would not have access to the entire library until you ask them to grant them access. You would be holding back kids. Do not do that. It is an informed decision because some things are just not a priority, right? And none of us have a problem tearing our kids away from reading books. And if it means having the ability to explore the library and find a book that is going to connect to them, most parents want their children to have that opportunity. And yes, there is a trust issue of saying, I believe that you all are going to choose very good books. And if I have concerns, maybe it's not Destiny that I go to, but I go to Common Sense Media, or even, I don't know, they took down the Book Look site, but there's Rated Books and all the other ones. So if I'm that type of parent, I can go to that type of website and find all the books that I should limit my child from. And there's more than just a few. There's over 4,000 books that they've called into question in the state of Florida. So they can keep on going. And if you take out any book with any sexual content, we're taking out Speak, we're taking out Beloved, we're taking out The Bluest Eye, we're taking out the Bible, we're taking out Shakespeare, we're taking out Hemingway, we're taking out, it goes on and on and on. You asked your committees to evaluate literary value, whether these books predominantly appeal to prurient interests, whether they meet our community standards, and they told you keep the books. They said for 11th and 12th, and then they said for 9th through 12th for this book. And I'm going to ask you to again uphold the decision of last night at the Telegraph Club by Melinda Lowe. This book is more than just a book. It's a window into history, identity, and the power of representation. Set in 1950 San Francisco, the novel follows Lily, a Chinese-American teenager coming to terms with her identity in a time when both her ethnicity and her sexuality put her at risk. Through Lily's story, students learn about the challenges faced by marginalized communities, not just in the past, but in ways that still echo today. Books like Last Night at the Telegraph Club don't harm students, they help them grow. Let's trust our young people with complex stories because 99% of OCPS parents have told you they do. Your committee has affirmed that choice as well. For as long as this county has the freedom to uplift a standard of inclusivity, let's honor it. The people against these books are loud and intimidating, and they are expecting you to impulsively react. Don't let the people that can't be bothered to read the whole book deny that right to our students just because they showed up in larger numbers tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. I do want to clarify, I did not say, or did I mean to say that parents have to opt their children in, simply that parents have a form that they need to fill out that says they do or don't want their children to have access to the full content in the library. I don't think that's the same. It's not, yeah, but it's along with a whole lot of, they don't have to answer the question. I just think they should have to answer the question, that they understand and they're okay with it, or they're not okay with it. That's not the same as if you don't fill out this form, your child can't check a book out. That's opt-in. If you don't say that your child can, then they can't. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there is a form that when you put your child in school, you're asked the question. Your child can have full access, or recognizing that there may be some material that has sexually explicit content, but that our media specialist and district has determined has value that, an important value, and that's why it's there. Do you want your child to have access to that, or just this? Again, I think that's different than saying you opt in. You're making an informed decision, and you have to make the decision whoa, what happened?
What happened?
Oh, I'm sorry, but everybody is lit up. Did everybody really do that? No, when I started speaking, I was the last one.
Oh, I thought that's what the superintendent was saying.
I'm sorry. Dr. Vasquez? What happened?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I need to clarify, and it may be that when you and I spoke today, I didn't communicate effectively. Currently, they do, there's 3 levels of opting in, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can opt in for unlimited full access, limited, certain titles to restrict, or they have no access. It's on the Skyward portal. It is not part of the packet that is sent at the beginning of the year that has 5 gazillion forms that you are filling out. But it is on the Skyward portal with some of the other forms that have to be filled out.
Okay, but it doesn't have to be filled out, that particular, right? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And so I actually thought, is the in-between that we have a set of books that we've defined that may have more mature content, or is it the parent actually has to identify the books that they don't? Okay.
And Allison is back there if I'm saying this incorrectly.
Okay.
Parents can choose certain titles to restrict.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I'm sorry.
So my question is,
Mm-hmm.
are you saying that the parent has to fill it out? If not, the child cannot access the library?
No,
the
actually,
media center, excuse me.
No, I was just saying it's a required form. In order to put your child in school, we want to know what access you want. But I also thought that we had kind of differentiated mature content so that a parent, kind of like the public library, there are different sections identified for different, generally different age groups. And so we don't have that, and I appreciate that clarification. Okay, everybody wants to be heard? Member Vanos? Oh, I'm sorry. No, we do. Okay, that explains that. I didn't know what the heck happened. Okay. Next speaker. Apologize, folks. Next speaker.
Your next speaker is Crystal Cassidy.
Okay. Okay, Miss Cassidy. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate your stance.
Your next speaker, Mr. Cahill, is still not here, correct? Not here.
Okay.
Next speaker is Kelly McMillan.
So I just want to add, enrollment is down by over 3,000 students. Maybe this is part of the problem, that we have to restrict access to our media center. Like what is happening to where we have these books that are mature content? Who's mature? If they're 18 and under, they're not mature. They're trying to figure out who they are. Like they're still trying to explore the world, but they need to do that in safe context. And the book that we're talking about now, Stefana said it great. It's about her sexuality. That has the word sex in it. Sex does not belong in our schools. Books with sexual content don't belong in the educational system. Yeah, Mrs. Bird, not everybody can afford Amazon, but the public library is free. Like, I don't understand some of these arguments. It makes zero sense to me. And the fact that you took the time to look up statistics on kids are having sex, first of all, that's super depressing, the stats that you read out. And I'm so sorry to hear that. It doesn't make an argument, though. Just because kids are having sex doesn't mean we should have books that talk about sexual content. One does not equal the other. The arguments that are made here don't make any sense. If the books have sexual content, they should be taken out. There's a very simple process. It doesn't have to be this convoluted. It doesn't have to cost 400 grand. That's an astronomical number, and that was before it's been such an uptick in all these book media challenges. So I would wonder if that number would be even higher. And I hate to say it, but this isn't gonna stop. There are so many people aware of what's going on. We have the obscenity bill going right now. You guys all know about that. There's a reason why. There's a reason why the focus is supposed to be on abstinence. It's not complicated. It really isn't. And the fact that we sit here and we try to word it to death and talk about books in the past that have these historical merit that are wonderful books. I get that. No one's trying to ban books, but we just kind of circle around and around. And it's just, to me, it's really straightforward. I don't want kids, minors, reading about sex. And the other point is, I have a 10-year-old daughter. If I told her, hey, mommy's going to put you on a list, I don't know if your friends are going to be on it, she would be devastated. Kids are not going to want to be ostracized and called out and put on this list. It is not a viable solution. And that is why you don't have people opting into that. It's not because they don't care. It's not because they don't think that the books are bad. It's because the kids don't want to be called out. Like, that's the best that we can come up with, is sign a piece of paper and we'll restrict their access to the media center. Is this really where we want to be? So thank you again.
All right, next speaker.
Your next speaker is Erica Amador.
All right, next speaker. I think she just left.
And if Ms. Amador is not here, that is your last speaker.
Okay. Okay. Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, based on my reading of this book in its entirety last night at the Telegraph Club, which I did want to point out won 4 awards, including the National Book Award, the American Library Association Award, the Stonewall Book Award, and the Youth Literature Award winner for the Asian Pacific American Librarians Association. In addition to the District Literacy Committee's thoughtful reading and review of this book and our legal counsel's analysis of this book, I move to adopt the District Literacy Council's recommendation to keep this book available for our high school students in grades 9 through 12. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have a second? Second by Vice Chair. All right, next up is Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while And They Lived might have given me a little bit of a heartburn due to some of the content, and even though I supported it, I really didn't find any of the content in last night the Telegraph Club to be offensive. I just didn't. And the historical content of this book and what it offers our children from the timeline that it had in the book, where you see everything that happened in the 1950s and the persecution of just, a lot of false information surrounding communism and the way people were treated back in those times. And this highlights, a young girl who is struggling in Chinatown and struggling to find her way, and not just as a lesbian, but as somebody who wants to work for NASA, wants to fly, wants to go up on a rocket ship. She's smart. She's taking math. Like, she's got real goals for herself. And I thought that any girl that had, or boy that had aspirations to be something that they're constantly told that they can't be is extremely valuable, not to mention the rich historical content that you find in this book. I thoroughly enjoyed this book. I thought it was a great read, and I think that kids would benefit from reading it. So I support the 9 to 12 decision on this book. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Member Felder.
Thank you, Chair. Because I spent some time in Taiwan, and I read the books of Maxine Hong Kingston. Also, I read the Joy Luck Club. I have a real good understanding of Asian culture. And when I looked at the last night at the Telegraph Club, this author has gone through great lengths to create an ambience and a story, to bring in historical significance, McCarthyism, the whole lavender movement. And it talks about isolation and persecution and what happens when you're feeling that way. Yes, there is a story of two women who they are in love, and I don't think they meant to be in love. They just became in love. But the reason why I like the book, even though I have my own personal feelings about what they're doing, but I think in terms of it being a piece of teaching material, the last night at the Telegraph Club brings in so many historical occurrences to help our students understand what America was about, what we were going through. And this is the reason why I sort of celebrate Melinda Lowe, because when you look at it, she went through great lengths to web a story based on people loving each other, but then the extenuating circumstances. So I'm going to agree with this book.
All right. Thank you, Member Felder. Member Byrd. Okay.
It's 9 to 2.
Member Byrd, you're recognized.
Thank you. Member Gallo pretty much summed up most of what I was going to say, that I thought that this book, the rich historical aspects of it were incredible. I thought it was a great book, and I really would be impressed if we had any children reading this book, because what they would learn about history. And I also felt like this book was much more about her navigating her heritage and who she was than it was at all about her sexuality. I mean, that was a part of it, but I felt like that was the bigger theme. And, there was an aspect in this story of her father, the risk of her father being deported, having his papers taken and being sent back to his country, which is ironic. But definitely we have many students that could relate to that. The author also wrote us an email. And I have this email here, and I thought it was really interesting because she said in here, I am an immigrant who came to the United States with my family from China when I was a child, and we settled in Boulder, Colorado. I grew up knowing that we came here to escape the oppression of the Chinese Communist government, which does not allow freedom of expression or freedom to read. This is why I've always valued our First Amendment rights. The possibility that my book could be banned from all schools in your county due to one parent's objections alarm me. While not every book is for every reader deserves the freedom to choose what they wish to read with the guidance of their own parents. One parent should not have the ability to make decisions for all other parents or students in your county. And she also talks about how the responses that she's gotten from her book, from other teens, Chinese Americans that have said, I feel so seen, a teen in Nashville, it means a lot to see people like me in literature, written by people like me. Your books helped me love and accept myself. I just, for all of these reasons, I will also be upholding their decision on this one as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Member Byrd. Member Ferrant.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I can definitely say there was definitely, I don't think there was even any cuss words in here. If there were, I passed by them. So I did like that. The storyline, I love that it showcases a different heritage, a different culture. I think that's amazing. But again, when there's explicit sexual acts that are happening, and two girls are having sex in a classroom. It's just, it's inappropriate to hand to somebody's child. And now this is for a 14-year-old. So ninth grader would be 14. I can't imagine my 14-year-old reading it. So some of the things that I heard, it has historic content. That's great. I guess the part for me is, we say every child should have the ability to read a book with the guidance of their parents. But again, parents don't even realize their kid is reading it half the time. It may stay at school. Again, if this is a classroom book, they may not even know that their child even has access to it. And so I think we need to, again, look at how are we making parents aware of what their children are checking out then at the library, or, I read the letter that got sent out to parents. It really just said, we're continuing to look through our libraries to make sure that all content is appropriate, which implies we don't think there really is anything, but we're just letting you know, we're just taking a look. And so, this one I'm not gonna I won't win this one at all, because if y'all thought the last book was amazing, you're gonna totally go for this one. So, but again, for me, it's the sexual content. And I think that's the standard I live by. If it has sexual content in it, it shouldn't be there. This easily there could be a version for schools. And again, I want to, if there's, if Melinda Lowe is watching this, she emailed us. I would love to see a book like this. Just take out the sexual content. That's it. Could have been an incredible book. Just take that out. I love that you didn't put the cuss words. Thank you for that. Thank you. But the sexual content doesn't belong in a public school setting, in a school setting that has, minors have access to it. And so I think the same way with music that comes on the radio, there may be songs that have explicit wording, but then there's a radio version. And so I think if there are authors who want children to read their books, take out the sexual content, and that's what's available for, it can say on the front, like, this is a school edition. Access to the full edition would be at a public library or on Amazon. But I just think we have to protect the minds of our children. They're so vulnerable. And, Member Bird, you mentioned that you would want every child to have the ability to read it with the guidance of their parents, but you also said that it hurts you because most kids in our district don't have parents. So what happens when a child has access to this and they don't have a parent to walk them through it? That's the part. It's just, I struggle with this so much. And so for that reason, I again will say I don't want this. I think we need to have we need to make things very clear to parents and let them know that there will be sexual content in our public school libraries. And if we wonder why people are leaving the district, this is really the morality and the lack of morality. It's just astonishing that we're questioning why people are leaving. It's because we're allowing sexual content to be in our libraries and then go, well, why would parents leave? Well, because they're children. I don't care if you're 17, 18, you're still a child. You're somebody's child. 18, okay, you can be an adult, but you're in a public school setting, you're in an education setting. We really have to err on the side of caution.
All right, Member Salamanca.
Thank you. If you want to debate the value of this book, there's so many literature reviews on the book and why it's good. So I don't want to get into that. I think to my earlier point, which was like, there's a question as to why I even spent the time looking at statistics. And I spend the time looking at statistics. I like to understand the world for what it is, not for what I want it to be. And so, again, by 8th grade, 80% of teenagers have encountered sexually explicit media through at least one platform that's not a book. And when I ask people, why do you want to get rid of these books? They say, because I don't want my kids to learn about sex through books. Or I don't want my kids to be exposed to sex through this book. This is not where children are learning about sex. Again, the second one is you don't want your child to be exposed to XYZ. You can opt your kid out of XYZ. No one is telling you not to. What we're saying is, I've talked to parents who, when we banned some of the comprehensive sexual education, they were outraged and said, I don't want to be having these conversations with my kids about sex. I'm religious and we don't talk about this stuff, and I don't have the right tools for this, or I'm not religious, but I don't care. I don't want to talk about this with my kid. That's the job of public education. I send them so they learn this at school. I'm not the expert on this. I have, no joke, probably 10 times as many parents tell me that than they've told me about books. Again, District 2, I don't know what it is. I've yet to have a book challenge in District 2. I encourage, the folks that are out here to find the parents, come and find me if it really is an issue. I go to community meetings, I talk about this. I had more parents be outraged about the fact that we're teaching abstinence, which has been proven does not work in preventing sex, because kids are getting exposed to sex everywhere else. And so that's the main thing. Why do we have these books that might have some sexual content, even though it's 99% of it is not? Is because they have to model the narrative of a real world experience of an adolescent. Like restricting a narrative that is like, here, sex happens over here and only you get access to it. But actually your whole world, your whole life, you can continue and never think about sex. I don't know, or no explicit, or your whole life. Here's a book about somebody's life, right? That's what this book is about. Somebody's life and their experience. And for you to be like, actually, your life is not acceptable to me because you curse in it or you had sex in it. Any person, if you write that book about your life and you, God forbid, are honest about your life, the whole part of it, that's their life. That's their life to tell. And you can opt out of that. But there is so much value to learning about people's different experiences, biography, like that's the point of education. It's the point of public education. So again, we can disagree on what is valuable. And there are entire semester, year-long PhDs, dissertations that try to define the definition of one word. What is liberty? What is porn? What is the First Amendment? But we continuously, as a society, through the history, have decided that people have rights. And the reason why people have rights, and there are these broad rights, like the freedom of speech and the freedom of expression, is because we can't agree on a definition. So we agree on the right to have expression. And then if we were to then double down on what is expression that is acceptable and what is not, no way we would ever agree. That is the point of rights. That's why we have them in this country. That's why someone who came from a country with no rights is surprised that suddenly we're taking these rights away in a country that invented the First Amendment and freedom of speech. So we're never going to agree on what is appropriate for one child because we all come from very different backgrounds. And that is okay. What we can agree is that folks have the right to make the decision of what their kids read or not. And that is an opt-in and opt-out process. And that's what we're saying. We give everyone the right to opt your kids out. What we're not giving you the right is to determine what is right or wrong for my child based on what you believe the world outlook is, what you believe your values are. You don't believe in cursing, that's okay. And I respect the fact that you don't believe in cursing. You have the world and choice of school and choice of a voucher system. You have choice of getting your kids out of those certain classes, of opting them out of sexual education. Like, you have that right. I would never advocate for you not to have that right. What I'm asking is to keep the right as a parent for you not to say, I think cursing is bad and therefore your kid should never be exposed to cursing. Because I don't know, my reality of my life is just different. Or what my kid's gonna experience in life is different. So that's kind of the fundamental disagreement we have as a society, and it's just, generations have figured out why we create rights without defining what the right means.
Thank you, Member Salamanca. I'll make this short. I just echo the words of Member Gallo. yeah, I found a lot of value in the book. I did the rather small references to sexual encounter were much less significant, much tamer, and weighing all things. I think that, and I wish that the other book had been toned down, because I also think there's tremendous value in that, and that's the thing that I will continue to struggle with. With that, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion to uphold the Literary Council's decision, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Motion, thank you, Member Front. Motion carries with all members but Front voting in the affirmative. All right, we have one more hearing. Correct? All right. Okay. We're going to start that hearing. I am going to just back up for a second and call my husband so that I know I'm getting a ride. I apologize. I can't walk away very easily. So, but if you can go ahead and just start that, he's probably paying attention to the meeting. But
Then he'll know. Yeah, I don't have it. I can't find it. Okay, what number is it? John, can you announce?
So, item 17.04, and I don't know if we haven't refreshed it in BoardDocs. Hold on, let me hit refresh to make sure it's now there. Sorry, I apologize. It is now there. Okay, so we have one speaker on 17.04, and that is. My computer is acting up. I apologize. That is Cher Crisona.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. On March 10th, our lives changed forever. I got the call that would shatter our family into a million pieces. Chris Crisona, a 35-year veteran teacher, adjunct professor at UCF Seminole State Valencia, Great Beginnings trainer, private tutor, but most importantly, a father to these phenomenal human beings, my son CJ and my daughter Carly. I received the call that Chris was on the other end of the line, telling me through his devastation and tears that there were 5 officers at his school to take him to jail. On this day, at this moment, it still doesn't feel real. I don't have the time tonight to speak, if we're even still in tonight. I don't have the time tonight to speak about what a phenomenal human being he is, but from what I understand, he's on the agenda this evening to be relieved of duty with no pay. Let me just say this. Taking a man away from his job, his students, his friends, his coworkers, his administrative team, his home, his family, his dog, his kids, is the hardest time we've ever been through. My kids said goodbye to their dad on March 10th. Little did they know that would be the last time they wished him well to have a good day. Chris is being accused of the most disgusting and heinous crimes. Chris is just not that guy. To say this is extremely shocking is a gross understatement. For 35 years, hundreds, if not thousands of students have walked into his classroom and left a much better student. We've collected, in just a couple weeks, close to 40 impact letters. These letters would bring you to tears without even personally knowing Chris, which a lot of people in this room tonight do personally know Chris. I have made it a point to reach out to students that he has taught in every single school and that he's ever worked in. No student, no coworker has had a bad thing to say about him. I mention all this, yes, to prove his character, but more importantly, to prove to you all tonight that you should feel nothing but pride in knowing what an amazing teacher OCPS has. Chris chooses to be a teacher in Florida. I choose to be a program assistant working with pre-K ASD students in Florida. Yes, Florida, one of the lowest paying states for educators in America. And Chris has always been a teacher. Me, not so much. I've had jobs that pay 3 times the amount that I make now. Why would we choose to live paycheck to paycheck, barely keeping our heads above water? Because we love what we do. Period. Our daughter, Carly, who's a senior at Timber Creek, has an IEP and has struggled immensely throughout her years, but I'm so proud of her. I made the decision to leave the YMCA of Central Florida and come and work as a para for $9.16. Dr. Kinnerly hired me. Dr. Kinnerly also hired Chris so that we could have Carly, both of our children, attend, which we thought, and they were, the best schools and have the best resources. Chris moved schools multiple times so our children could go to the schools that we were not zoned for. He loved each school he left and loved the teams that he worked on. As he would say, these were some of the most teams in his career. The bottom line is, this family that stands before you, while Chris sits awaiting a trial for something he did not do, is begging you to find grace in your hearts for us. When this whole thing came to light, Chris's name was not originally mentioned. I can't talk about the case, but I want you to hear that. He was not originally mentioned. He is innocent. He is also innocent until proven guilty. Please consider all of this for us. Please consider keeping Chris on administrative duty with pay at least until the school year ends. Yes, it's only one more month of school, but for us, it's a couple more paychecks. His salary, as you know, I'm sure you understand, is 75% of the income, of our income. Mine is chump change, but chump change that I am proud to get. I love my job. I love what I do. However, my job cannot support us. Both of my kids have taken on jobs. CJ's in school. We're doing everything we possibly can. Our question tonight is for you guys to please consider either extending his relief of duty, and if you can't find the grace in your hearts for that, please consider at least giving us a little bit more time. We've been doing a lot of research. It's hard to communicate with him, obviously, but we do know that we would need something like an FRS. He's got an FRS and he's in the pension plan, but he's not able to use his second election unless he's a current employee. So he would need to sign paperwork as a current employee. So if he was let go, relieved of duty, he wouldn't be able to sign that paperwork. But I could make that happen. I just wanted to let you know also that, I know he's not supposed to talk. So we've been here all night, obviously, so if you guys were hungry and tired and just a little overwhelmed. So that's why we were here.
I really can wait. It's been a long day,
Yeah.
and so we can wait until the next board meeting.
Thank you. Okay, Member Byrd?
John, don't we still have to approve the personnel agenda or no? Besides that one? Or
No, you approved that as part of the consent agenda. The
even
only
though it
thing
was pulled?
Yeah, we only pulled this particular matter to 17.04. The title looks the same, but you all voted on the personnel agenda otherwise. 17.04 is just this gentleman's case.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I got to go meet with Jad Brewer in the back of the room to have a plan for tomorrow. So if you all want to chat further, by all means, I'm going to sneak out. Bruce is going to drive me around, okay?
So I'm going to be really quick because I know it's really late, but I did want to share this information. I got an email from Sharon Stewart from Sunrise Elementary, and for the last 5 years, her 5th grade students have been participating and learning about the Pay It Forward movement. They learn about kindness and the benefit of doing good deeds for others without taking anything in return. Students work on a Pay It Forward project where they pay it forward to 3 people and ask those people to pay it forward to 3 others in return. In this way, the movement lives on and our students are spreading kindness throughout the community. The teacher Sharon applied and was approved for a proclamation from the city of Orlando, and it's attached. So Mayor Buddy Dyer's office has officially proclaimed Global Pay It Forward Day for the city of Orlando, and that date is April 28th, 2025. So I do have a copy of the proclamation, and I'm not going to read it because I know everybody's exhausted, but I was hoping that maybe we could share it out, and congratulate Sunrise Elementary and specifically Sharon Stewart for all her great work advocating for kindness and doing great things at OCPS. Thank you.
I forgot I was chairing. Any further business? And then this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.